Restlessness often arrives at night, when the world has gone quiet, but the mind will not let go. Thoughts return again and again, circling like birds that never find a place to land. You may lie in bed, hoping for sleep, yet worries about tomorrow or regrets from yesterday press heavily on your chest. Perhaps you feel the burden of responsibility, the sting of loneliness, or the ache of disappointments that will not loosen their grip. Tonight, I will share with you ancient Buddhist wisdom, a path that has soothed countless restless hearts for over 2,000 years. It is not complicated. It does not ask you to become someone else. It only asks that you listen gently and allow each word to carry you closer to peace. The Buddha once taught, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." May this be your reminder tonight. And if you feel moved to share where you are listening from, or simply leave a candle emoji, EG, in the comments. So, together, we form a quiet circle of light across the world. Take a slow, deep breath now. Let your shoulders soften as you exhale. Imagine placing down the day as you would set aside a heavy pack after a long journey. Feel how good it is to stop carrying for just a moment. In this stillness, let us step into a story, not merely as a listener, but as a companion walking the path with those who came before us. Once, in a quiet monastery nestled among green hills, a young monk named Kenji struggled deeply with the suffering of the world. Each morning he awoke before dawn, sitting in meditation as birds began their song. Each evening he walked the monastery paths in silence, trying to quiet his restless mind. Yet when news reached him of wars in distant lands, or hunger in nearby villages, or cruelty that seemed to stain the earth everywhere, his heart grew unbearably heavy. The compassion within him, though beautiful, became a burden too great to carry. He felt crushed by the endless grief of humankind. One morning, unable to endure the weight of sorrow any longer, Kenji approached his teacher, Master Tanaka, who was tending radishes in the monastery garden. The old man's hands, weathered by decades of work, moved with patience and care among the plants. Kenji bowed, his voice trembling. "Master, I cannot find peace. The suffering of the world presses down upon me. Every story of pain is like a stone in my chest. How can I sit in meditation when so many are in agony? How can I seek rest while others are drowning?" The teacher listened silently, his eyes reflecting the stillness of a river at dawn. Then, without a word, he pointed to a large stone at the edge of the path, smooth from countless years of wind and rain, heavy enough that it could not easily be lifted. "Pick it up," the master said, puzzled. Kenji bent down and gathered the stone into his arms. Its weight strained his muscles. His back curved, and his breath quickened. "Carry it with you," the master instructed, "to your meditation, to your meals, to your work, to your rest. Do not set it down until I tell you." So Kenji carried the stone through the long day. During morning meditation, his arms shook. At meals, he could hardly eat. Sweeping the temple floors became clumsy, awkward work. By evening, every bone ached. Every breath was labored. Finally, staggering back to his master, he gasped, I cannot continue. This stone is breaking me." The master set aside his tools and looked at the exhausted monk with infinite gentleness, then put it down. Kenji dropped the stone. The thud echoed through the garden. In that instant, relief washed over him like a wave. His shoulders released. His breath deepened. He felt as if he might float. The master said softly, "The suffering of the world is real, and your compassion is precious. But you are not meant to carry every stone. See it, understand it, feel it, and then put it down, so your hands are free to help where you can." As you listen, imagine yourself carrying a stone. Perhaps it is a worry about your family, or about the world, or about something you cannot change. Feel its weight in your hands for a moment. Notice how it strains your shoulders. And now, imagine setting it down. Hear the sound of it striking the earth. Feel the relief in your body, the lightness in your chest. This is the practice of compassionate letting go. The Buddha once said, "You will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger." In the same way, when we carry burdens that are not ours to carry, we suffer twice, once from the world's pain, and again from our attachment to it. True compassion is not drowning in another's suffering. It is staying afloat so that you may extend a steady hand. Think of a doctor who tends to the sick. She does not take the illness into her own body. She remains steady, so she may offer healing. In the same way, you are not called to absorb the sorrows of all beings, but to stand firm in clarity and love. Tonight, as you lie in stillness, can you recognize the stones you've picked up today? Perhaps worries about tomorrow's tasks. Perhaps grief over something beyond your control. Perhaps guilt, or the burden of trying to be the one who must fix everything. Each is a stone, and each can be placed gently on the ground. With every exhale, to feel yourself releasing one of these stones. Notice how your body responds. Your jaw unclenches, your chest opens, your heart grows lighter. This practice of compassionate non-attachment does not make you cold. On the contrary, it makes you more available. When your arms are not full of stones, they are free to embrace, to build, to serve. Your compassion becomes clear and skillful, not heavy and overwhelming. And so, tonight, may you lay down what is not yours to carry. May your heart rest in spaciousness. May your compassion flow without drowning you, as a candle lights another without losing its own flame. So, may your peace become a gift to the world. And now, we continue our journey deeper, to another story that reveals how easily we mistake our worth when we seek it in the wrong places. Let us walk gently into the tale of the stone mind. Stop. Would you like me to continue directly with part 2, the stone mind story? 1,000 words. Or would you prefer I first show you the full outline, 25, 30 parts, so you can see the entire journey mapped ahead? The tale of the stone mind begins with a young monk named Hogan, who traveled far across mountains and rivers to reach the great monastery where a revered master taught. His heart was filled with longing, his body weary from the journey, yet his mind was sharp with determination. He had heard that even a single word from this master could awaken a prepared heart, and so he threw himself into practice with all the energy of youth. Each day he rose before dawn, sitting in stillness while the first birds began their song. He worked diligently in the gardens, carrying water, chopping wood, sweeping the temple floors. He studied the ancient sutras until his eyes grew heavy. And, late into the night, he pondered the words of Dharma talks, hoping that some spark might ignite. Weeks passed into months, and still Hogan pushed himself, hoping to be seen, hoping to be recognized as worthy. Yet the master's gaze passed over him as if he were invisible. Others received instruction, gentle nods, even private words of encouragement. Hogan, though diligent, was overlooked. His questions were answered briefly. His efforts went unacknowledged, and his presence seemed to make no impression at all. The young monk began to despair. One afternoon, unable to endure the silence any longer, Hogan approached the master in the temple garden. Flowers bloomed quietly around them. Bees hummed in their timeless work, and the old teacher sat in the shade, watching the wind move through the leaves. With trembling voice, Hogan said, "Master, I have practiced with all my strength. I have given myself fully to the way. Yet you have not seen me, not guided me, not recognized me. I feel like a worthless stone lying forgotten in the courtyard. Perhaps I should leave, for I am of no value here." The master turned his gaze toward the stones that lined the paths, smooth and strong, forming the very foundation upon which the monastery stood. "You say you are a worthless stone," he said softly, "but look more deeply. These stones ask for no praise, no recognition, and yet the entire temple rests upon them. Without them, the walls would crumble, the paths would wash away, the garden would have no shape. Tell me, if you truly understood what it means to be a stone to support without demanding notice, to serve without seeking reward, would you not already be awakened?" In that moment, Hogan's heart cracked open. He saw that his need to be recognized, to be special, was the very chain that bound him. Like the stones beneath his feet, his true worth did not depend on attention. His practice, his quiet dedication, his unseen presence, these were already of value, already supporting the whole. Tears filled his eyes, not of sorrow, but of relief, for he realized that he had been complete all along. Pause here and breathe gently. Feel the surface beneath you, whether it is a bed, a cushion, or the earth itself. Notice how it holds you without asking for thanks, how it quietly supports your body in this moment. Can you sense that you, too, are already enough, even without recognition? With each breath, allow yourself to settle into this stone-like stability, this quiet dignity that asks for nothing and yet sustains everything. The Buddha once said, "Three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth." Your worth, like these, cannot truly be concealed. Even if unnoticed by others, recognition may come or it may not, but your being is already luminous. In our own lives, how often do we hunger for acknowledgement, a kind word at work, appreciation from family, validation from friends? And when it does not come, how quickly do we feel diminished, as though our value depends upon the eyes of others? This hunger is like a bottomless well. For the more we drink, the more we thirst. True freedom arises when we release the need to be seen and rest instead in the quiet truth of our existence. Consider the stone. It does not boast of its strength, nor complain of its silence. It simply is, and in its being, it offers support to all. In the same way, when we release the craving for recognition, we become steady, reliable, and at peace. Our presence itself becomes a gift, whether or not anyone notices. There is an old Zen saying, to study the way is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. Forgetting the self does not mean erasing who we are. It means releasing the endless story of I, me, mine, the story that insists we must be acknowledged to be real. When we forget this story, even for a moment, what remains is a clear, spacious awareness, steady like a stone, open like the sky. Imagine now that you are a stone in a quiet garden. You do not move. You do not strive. You rest, steady and strong. Around you, flowers bloom, seasons change, rain falls and dries, and still you remain. The world does not need you to perform. Your worth is already complete in your being. Feel this stillness settling into your breath, into your body, into your mind. Perhaps tonight you have been carrying the burden of being unseen, feeling unappreciated, overlooked, or unnoticed. Let this story remind you that true value is not measured in applause. It is found in the quiet integrity of living fully, even when no one is watching. The one who supports without demanding recognition is already radiant, already at peace. As Hogan discovered, being a stone is not a mark of worthlessness, but of strength. To serve quietly, to support steadfastly, to exist without clinging to praise. This is the mind of stone, the mind that knows true freedom. And as you drift towards sleep, let this stone mind be your companion. Each breath is another step into stillness. Each exhale releases the need to be seen. Each moment of rest carries you deeper into the truth that you are already enough, already whole, already at peace. Now, let us move onward to another story, one that reveals the masks we wear and the roles we cling to, and how beneath them lies our most authentic self. This is the governor's visit. The governor's visit begins in a city of ancient beauty, where cherry blossoms lined. The rivers and old temples stood quietly among busy market streets. In that city lived a man of great power, Governor Nakamura. He was entrusted with the welfare of thousands, with the duty to uphold justice, and with the responsibility of peace across his province. Every morning, attendants dressed him in silk robes embroidered with fine patterns, and every word he spoke was measured carefully, for his reputation and authority were bound to each syllable. On the surface, his life was a tapestry of success and honor. Yet within, a subtle emptiness had begun to grow. Though others bowed deeply before him, calling him with elaborate titles, he felt more and more distant from the simple humanity he once knew. His days became ceremonies of performance. His nights were restless, for the masks of power can be heavier than iron armor. Hearing whispers of a Zen master who lived on the outskirts of the city, a teacher whose wisdom cut through illusions like a blade through silk. The governor decided to seek him. He brought his full retinue of attendants and guards, as etiquette demanded, and knocked at the humble wooden door of the hermitage. His attendant announced with pride, "My lord, the most excellent governor, protector of the people, has come to seek your wisdom." The old master looked up, his robe simple and brown, his gaze as clear as water. He said only, "I have no business with such a person. Tell him to leave." The words struck like thunder. Never had anyone refused an audience with the governor. His attendants flushed with shame, expecting anger. But Governor Nakamura paused, and in that pause, something awakened in him. He saw that the master was not rejecting him as a man, but rejecting the elaborate costume of titles that smothered his true self. So, the governor dismissed his attendants. He removed his ornate robes, tied back his hair simply, and returned alone. This time, he knocked gently on the door and said, "Master, I am Dido. I have come seeking guidance." The master's sternness dissolved into a radiant smile. "Ah, Dido," he said warmly. "Please, come in. I have been waiting to meet you." At once the gates of wisdom opened, for the master was not interested in speaking to a mask. He wished to speak to the human heart. Pause here and take a breath. Consider the many roles you wear each day. Perhaps you are a parent, a leader, a worker, a student. Perhaps you carry titles, positions, or responsibilities that weigh upon you. Yet beneath them all, there is someone simple, someone real, the one who existed before any role was assigned. Can you feel that presence within you now? The self who breathes quietly, who longs not for recognition but for authenticity. The Buddha once said, "In the end, only three things matter: how much you loved, how gently you lived, and how gracefully you let go of things not meant for you." Titles, honors, positions, these are things we must eventually let go. What remains is how we lived, how we loved, and how we touched others with our humanity. The governor's story reveals how easily we can become trapped in our roles. From childhood, we learn to perform, to be good students, responsible workers, admired parents, respected leaders. These roles have value, but they are not our essence. When we confuse the mask with the face, we forget who we truly are. Imagine now that you are removing a heavy robe, layer by layer. First, the robe of your professional identity, then the robe of your family role, then the robe of your social status. With each removal, you feel lighter, freer, closer to your own heart. Beneath all the layers, you remain simple, breathing, aware. This is the self that cannot be taken away. There is a story told in Zen. A monk once asked, "Who am I?" The master replied, "Before your parents were born, what was your original face?" The question is not meant to be answered with words, but with silence, with a direct recognition of the awareness that has always been present. Your original face is not a title, not an achievement, not even a story. It is the luminous presence that experiences this very moment. Governor Dido discovered that when he removed his mask, he could finally meet the master and himself as he truly was. In the same way, you too can meet life more authentically when you loosen the grip of your roles. This does not mean abandoning your responsibilities. Our governor still governs. A parent still cares for children. But the heart rests in knowing I am more than this role. I am the awareness that plays it. Like an actor who remembers they are not the costume. Take another breath now. Let your yaw soften. Let your chest open. With each exhale, imagine loosening one layer of identity that weighs upon you. You do not need to discard your roles. You only need to remember that you are not confined to them. When the master welcomed Dido, he welcomed the authentic being behind the mask. He showed him that true connection is not found in ceremony, but in presence. How often do we long for this in our own lives, to be seen not as a position, not as an expectation, but as we are, simply and unadorned, to be loved for our essence, not for our performance. Tonight, as you drift toward rest, let this be your practice. Imagine placing your roles gently on a stand beside your bed, like clothing you remove for the night. Rest in your original face, the one who is not striving, not proving, not performing. Feel the relief of being enough without title or recognition. The governor's visit reminds us our deepest dignity lies not in our masks, but in our humanity. And in meeting ourselves there, we find peace. And now, let us walk together into another story, one of letting go, of buckets and water and moonlight, of how the very moment we release our grasp may reveal the truth we have been seeking all along. This is the story of no water, no moon. In the quiet folds of a mountain monastery, where the air was thin and clean and the only sound was the whisper of wind through pines, lived a nun named Kiono. For years, she devoted herself to meditation, study, and mindful work. Each dawn, she sat in stillness. Each day she labored in the gardens, and each evening she recited the sutras by lantern light. Her life was disciplined, sincere, and unwavering. Yet, despite all this dedication, enlightenment seemed always just out of reach. She memorized teachings, studied koans, and practiced long hours of meditation. She watched fellow practitioners experience breakthroughs, their eyes bright with sudden realization, their voices softened with gratitude. Yet for her, understanding remained distant, like a horizon that receded as she approached. A subtle desperation began to stir in her heart. The harder she tried, the further the goal seemed to move away. One autumn evening, exhausted after days of retreat, she carried water in a worn bamboo bucket for the evening tea. The moon hung full and bright in the sky, and as she walked through the courtyard, she noticed the moon's reflection shining clearly in the still water. She paused, entranced. The silver disk shimmered with each step she took, so real and complete that she almost forgot it was only a reflection. But the old bucket had reached the end of its life. Its bindings loosened. Its bamboo slats cracked. Without warning, the bottom gave way. The water spilled onto the stones, splashing her robes and vanishing into the earth. In an instant, the reflection of the moon disappeared. At that very moment, Chiono felt something inside her break open. She saw with stunning clarity what she had been seeking was never in the reflection, never in the water, never in the bucket. The moon itself had always been above, one-touched, luminous, whole. Her efforts to grasp enlightenment were like clinging to a reflection, beautiful, but never the real thing. When the bucket fell apart, so did her grasping. And in that surrender, she awakened to the truth she had been chasing all along. She laughed, the sound ringing through the silent courtyard, free and unrestrained. That night, she wrote a poem. With this and that I tried to hold the pail together. Then the bottom fell out. Where there is no water, there is no moon in the water. Pause here and let her realization sink into you. How often in life do we cling to reflections, mistaking them for reality? We chase after success, believing it will grant us peace. We cling to relationships, believing they will complete us. We grasp at experiences, thinking they will finally satisfy the restless heart. Yet all along, peace, wholeness, and clarity are already here, like the moon above, needing no reflection to prove its existence. Take a deep breath. Imagine yourself holding a bucket filled with worries, ambitions, and expectations. Each one sloshes like water, each one reflecting an image of what you think will bring fulfillment. And now, imagine the bottom of the bucket falling away. The water spills, the reflections vanish, and yet above you, the moon still shines. Notice the relief of not needing to hold it all together. Notice how peace arrives not by achieving, but by letting go. The Buddha once said, "Let go of what has passed. Let go of what may come. Let go of what is happening now. Relax and rest." Chiono's broken bucket was not a failure, but a gift. It revealed that awakening is not the reward for effort, but the discovery of what is always present when effort softens. In our own lives, we often believe happiness lies just ahead. If only I could achieve this, then I will rest. If only I could resolve that, then I will be free. But this is like trying to scoop up the moon's reflection. The more desperately we grasp, the more elusive peace becomes. True rest is not in reaching, but in releasing. Not in gaining, but in seeing what has always been here. Think of the moments when clarity came unexpectedly, not in the height of effort, but in the quiet pause, perhaps in the stillness of a sunset, when for a moment all striving dissolved, perhaps in the laughter of a child, when joy arose unbidden, perhaps in the simple act of breathing, when awareness itself was enough. These are glimpses of the moon beyond the reflection. Allow yourself now to soften into that same awareness. With each exhale, feel the bucket loosening in your hands. With each breath, let the water of effort spill away. Rest in the shining presence above, which has been here all along. Chiono's story is not only about monks and monasteries. It is about each of us, in the quiet struggles of our lives. We carry buckets patched with worry and bound by striving, hoping to preserve the reflections that will prove our worth. But when the bottom falls out, when a plan fails, when control slips away, when something we relied on dissolves in that collapse, there is often an opening, painful, yes, but also liberating. For in that moment we see that the reflection was never the source of light. The light was always shining above, closer than we imagined. Perhaps tonight you, too, are carrying a bucket filled with anxieties about tomorrow, filled with the reflection of hopes and fears. What would it feel like to let the bottom fall away? To stop trying to hold everything together for just this night. Allow yourself to rest in the simple awareness of being. No grasping, no striving, just the luminous presence of this moment. The Zen master Shunryu Suzuki once said, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind, there are few." Chiono's beginner's mind arose when her bucket broke. The expert's effort collapsed, and in its place came fresh openness. Tonight, may you rest not in the heavy effort of holding it all, but in the lightness of letting it go. As your breath softens, as your body sinks into the mattress or cushion, allow the broken bucket to be your teacher. No water, no moon, no striving, no lack. Just the quiet truth that you are already whole. And now, let us continue, flowing gently into the next story, one that reveals the miracle not in distant wonders, but in the simple rhythms of everyday life. This is the real miracle. There was once a master named Bankai, whose teachings were famous across Japan. Unlike others who performed rituals or spoke in lofty language, Bankai pointed students back to what was right in front of them, simple and ordinary. To many seekers, this simplicity was both puzzling and disarming. They came hoping for fireworks, for visions, for signs of extraordinary power. Instead, they found a man who smiled gently and invited them to notice what was already happening in their lives. One evening, as Bankai sat in the meditation hall with his community, a visitor from another lineage stood up eagerly. This visitor had followed a teacher renowned for miraculous abilities. He had seen the sick healed by a touch. Sacred words appear blazing across the sky, and objects materialize seemingly from thin air. To him, these wonders were proof of spiritual attainment, and he carried stories of them like treasures. When the time for questions came, he could not restrain himself. "Master Bankai," he said with pride, "my teacher can perform miracles that defy all understanding. I have witnessed him write holy words in the air across a river, and the letters appeared shining for all to see. Can you perform such miracles? If not, how do we know that your realization is true?" The hall grew still. The other monks leaned forward, waiting for their master's reply. Bankai did not frown. He did not defend. He simply looked at the man with calm eyes. After a long pause, he said, "Perhaps your teacher can indeed perform such feats, but my miracle is different. When I am hungry, I eat. When I am thirsty, I drink. When I am tired, I sleep. When spring comes, I notice the flowers. When winter arrives, I see the snow. This is my miracle." The room fell silent, the words sinking into each listener's heart. Pause with me here. Notice your own breath moving in and out. Feel the rhythm of your body, the pulse of your heart, the simple miracle of being alive. How easily we overlook this, chasing instead after signs and wonders. Yet to breathe, to see, to touch, to love, these are miracles that require no performance, no spectacle, no proof. The Buddha once taught, there are only two mistakes one can make along the road to truth: not going all the way, and not starting. Going all the way means discovering that truth is not hidden in extraordinary displays, but in the ordinary fabric of life. Why do we overlook the miracles of the everyday? Partly because they are constant. The mind grows numb to what it sees again and again. Sunrise each morning, the taste of food, the miracle of sleep and dreams all fade into the background. We imagine that enlightenment must be dramatic, something rare and otherworldly. Yet Zen whispers gently, the rarest thing is what you already have but do not notice. Consider now the mystery of understanding itself. Words appear on a page, or sounds enter your ears, and somehow meaning arises in your awareness. How is it that the marks of ink or the vibrations of air transform into understanding? No scientist has yet explained consciousness fully. And yet, here you are, immersed in it every moment. Is this not miraculous? Or think of the heart, beating steadily without your command, sustaining life while you sleep. Think of breath, moving in and out without needing your constant control. Think of the eyes, transforming light into colors and forms. A miracle repeated countless times each second. Each is a wonder beyond measure, yet so familiar that we forget. Bankai's teaching is an invitation to recover wonder. His miracle is not levitation or flames in the sky. It is presence complete, undivided, tender. When hungry, he eats fully. When tired, he sleeps deeply. When flowers bloom, he notices them. Nothing is added, nothing taken away. This is life lived awake. Take a slow breath now, and let your body soften. As you exhale, feel the miracle of release. As you inhale, feel the miracle of renewal. There is nothing else you need in this moment. The miracle is already here. We often divide life into spiritual and ordinary, as if washing dishes or walking down the street were less sacred than meditation. But Zen teaches that when you wash dishes, just wash dishes. When you sweep the floor, just sweep the floor. When you listen to a friend, just listen. Each action is complete, whole, and miraculous when met with full presence. There is a story told of a monk who asked his teacher, "What is the highest miracle?" The teacher replied, "Chopping wood and carrying water." The monk was puzzled. How could such mundane tasks be miracles? But in time, he saw, the miracle is not in escaping life, but in living it so fully that nothing is missing. Tonight, as you lie down, consider the miracle of sleep itself. Consciousness will dissolve, thoughts will scatter, and yet, by morning, awareness will return, fresh and renewed. This is a daily resurrection, a mystery that no effort of yours creates. Can you rest in the wonder of it? Can you allow yourself to be carried by the same force that guides breath and heartbeat, dreams and awakening? The visitor in Bankai's hall left with something far more challenging than a miracle story. He left with an invitation to see his own life as miraculous. And you, too, are invited, right now, this very breath. So, as you continue your journey into rest, let the miracle of the ordinary hold you. The miracle of lying down, of closing your eyes, of drifting into the soft river of sleep. Each moment is enough. Each moment is whole. And as we move further together, let us enter another tale, one of a restless fish and a wise old turtle, revealing the truth that what we seek is already surrounding us. This is the story of the fish and the ocean. In the wide, shimmering waters of the Pacific, a young fish swam restlessly through reefs and kelp forests. All around him stretched beauty coral glowing like lanterns, silver schools of fish flashing like liquid mirrors, sea grass waving in currents as though dancing to invisible music. And yet, despite this wonder, the young fish was not at peace. A question gnawed at him, making every swim unsettled. He had heard other creatures speak of something called the ocean. They spoke of it with reverence, with awe, as though it were the most important thing of all. But however much he searched, the young fish could not find it. He darted through swaying plants, circled rocks, swam up toward the bright surface, and down toward the sandy floor. Still, he saw only water, creatures, and light, never the ocean. One day, he approached an ancient turtle whose shell bore the scars of countless seasons. The turtle's eyes were deep and calm, reflecting the patience of tides. "Elder," the fish asked urgently, "everyone talks about this thing called the ocean. They say it is vast, endless, the very source of life. But I have searched everywhere and cannot find it. Where is this ocean?" The turtle smiled gently, as if hearing a familiar question from yet another generation. "Little one," he said, "the ocean is not hidden from you. It surrounds you at every moment. It flows through your gills, supports your fins, nourishes your body. You were born in it. You live in it. And one day you will return to it fully. The reason you cannot see the ocean is because you are never separate from it." The fish paused, confused. "But all I see is water, plants, creatures, light. I don't see any ocean." The turtle rested on a bed of kelp and said, "Of course you don't. You cannot step outside the ocean to view it from afar. You are in it, as it is in you. The ocean is too close, too constant, too vast for your eyes to grasp as something apart. That is why you must feel it, not search for it." In that moment, something shifted in the young fish. He looked around again, the water touching his scales, the currents carrying him, the breath flowing through his gills. Perhaps this was it. Perhaps he had been swimming in the ocean all along. Pause here and breathe slowly. Notice the air moving in and out of your body. You, too, are immersed in something vast, though you may not see it. Call it awareness. Call it being. Call it the Tao. Call it Buddha, nature. Whatever the name. It is the silent field in which every thought, every sensation, every moment arises. Like the fish in the ocean, you are never apart from it. The Buddha once said, "Look within. Thou art the Buddha." Just as the fish could not leave the ocean to find it, you cannot leave awareness to search for it. It is already what you are. Every breath, every heartbeat, every thought arises within this vastness. Why, then, do we not recognize it? Because, like the young fish, we look for something extraordinary, something set apart, something we can point to and say, "There it is." We imagine awakening must come as a blazing vision, a thunderous voice, a dazzling experience. All the while, it is here, closer than breath, nearer than heartbeat. The very awareness that notices your searching is the truth itself. Take another deep breath. Feel how it arrives without effort. Notice the miracle that your body knows how to breathe, even as you sleep. Just as the ocean carries the fish, awareness carries you, moment after moment, whether you notice it or not. Consider your daily life. You wake, and thoughts arise. You eat, and flavors appear. You walk, and sensations of ground and movement flow through you. All of these occur within awareness, just as all ocean creatures move within the sea, yet we rarely pause to recognize the medium of it all. We focus on the objects, the thoughts, the tasks, the feelings, and miss the vastness in which they appear. Zen reminds us the sacred is not hidden, it is overlooked. Think of the way traffic flows without one central controller, the way conversations find rhythm, the way your body heals a cut without your command. Life organizes itself with a mysterious intelligence. This intelligence is the ocean in which you live. The Tao Te Ching says, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao." The ocean cannot be captured in a single name. Awareness cannot be pinned down by description. It is lived, breathed, felt. Tonight, as you lie in stillness, let yourself rest in this ocean. Imagine that your worries, your identity, your stories are like waves on its surface, rising, falling, dissolving. Beneath them, the ocean remains vast and unmoved. With each breath, sink deeper, as though descending from the choppy surface into the calm. Learn depth. Feel the stillness there, endless and supportive. The young fish discovered that he did not need to chase the ocean. He only needed to stop searching long enough to recognize it. In the same way, you need not chase enlightenment, peace, or awakening. You need only to rest in the awareness that has always been here. The Buddha taught, all conditioned things are impermanent. Strive on with awareness. Everything you see, hear, and feel arises and passes, like bubbles in the sea. Awareness itself, however, remains vast, open, boundless. So, as you drift towards sleep, let go of the need to grasp or define. Let yourself be held by the ocean of being. As the fish is held by the sea, notice that you are already immersed in it. You do not need to earn it. You do not need to prove it. You only need to notice. And as the currents of sleep begin to carry you, remember the turtle's gentle words. You cannot leave what you already are. Now, let us continue with another story, one that reveals how the endless chase of desire blinds us to the wealth already within. This is the stone-cutter's journey. High in the mountain villages lived a simple stone-cutter. Each morning, before the sun crested the peaks, he climbed the winding paths to the quarries. His tools balanced across his shoulders, He worked with steady rhythm, chiseling stone from the mountain, his voice carrying old songs that echoed across the valleys. His hut was modest, his possessions few, yet his heart was at ease. The mountain breezes cooled him in summer, the crackle of fire warmed him in winter, and in his work he found a humble satisfaction. By every measure of society, he was poor, yet in truth, he lacked nothing. His days were simple, his life unadorned, but his heart was light. He knew the feel of stone under his hands, the beauty of sky above him, the joy of sharing bread with neighbors. He sang, not because he had everything, but because he desired nothing more than what already was. One day, his work brought him to the grand estate of a wealthy nobleman. As he approached, his eyes widened. Marble columns stretched to the sky. Gardens bloomed in symmetrical perfection. Fountains glittered in the sun. Servants hurried about, attending to every detail. For the first time, the stone cutter felt a sharp ache in his chest. If only I were rich, he sighed. Then I would not toil like this. To his amazement, a voice like wind whispered through the stones, "Your wish is granted." That evening, he returned home, not to his humble hut, but to a mansion more magnificent than the nobleman's. He reclined on silk cushions, dined on delicacies, and watched servants bow at his command. For a moment, he thought himself satisfied. But soon, gazing out from his high window, he saw the king's procession. The king rode under a golden canopy, shaded and honored, serene above the dust and heat. The stone cutter's heart burned with longing. If only I were king, he thought. At once, he sat upon a royal throne, draped in silks, adorned with jewels. His word, law. Yet, even in the palace, the sun's heat reached him, harsh and unyielding. The sun is greater than any king, he declared, and instantly he became the sun, blazing across the heavens, radiant and powerful. He scorched fields, warmed rivers, and dazzled all who looked upon him. But before long, dark clouds gathered, obscuring his rays. Then I shall be a cloud, he decided, and so he became a mighty storm, pouring rain across the land, thundering with force. But as his waters fell, they were blocked by a great mountain of rock. A rock is stronger still. Let me be the rock. And so he became stone, immovable and proud, towering over valleys, unmoved by sun or storm. Yet soon he felt a small tapping at his side. Then another. Then another. Looking down, he saw a man with a chisel, patiently cutting pieces of stone from his body. It was a stone cutter. "How can this be?" he cried. "A mere human, more powerful than I. Then let me be a man again." And so he found himself once more on the mountain path, tools across his shoulders, songs on his lips. The circle was complete, but something within him had changed. He no longer longed to be king, or sun, or cloud, or rock. He saw now that his true wealth was the contentment of being himself. His song returned, richer than before, because it arose not from ignorance but from understanding. Pause here. And breathe gently. Consider the desires that move through you. How often do you whisper, "If only I had this. If only I were that. Then I would be happy." Notice how each desire, when fulfilled, gives birth to another. Wealth leads to power. Power to more power. Satisfaction to new craving. Like the stone cutter, we climb from one role to another, only to circle back to ourselves, still restless. The Buddha taught, health is the greatest gift, contentment the greatest wealth. True abundance is not measured by possessions or power, but by the ability to rest in what is. Think of water cupped in your hands. If you squeeze tightly, it slips away. If you hold gently, it remains. Desire is like that. The tighter we cling, the more elusive peace becomes. Contentment arises not from acquiring more, but from loosening our grasp and opening to the richness already present. Take a breath. Feel the air enter your lungs freely. Consider the miracle that it comes without cost, without possession, without striving. Notice the surface you rest upon, the body that supports you, the awareness that allows you to hear these words. Even now, abundance surrounds you, not in grand estates, but in the simple miracle of being alive. In the story, the stonecutter's final wish was not for something greater, but to return to himself. In the same way, contentment arises when we come home to our own lives, when we stop seeking to be something else, and instead honor the gift of what already is. Zen teacher Shunryu Suzuki once said, "Each of you is perfect the way you are, and you can use a little improvement." The paradox is that perfection does not lie in transformation, but in recognition. The stonecutter was never lacking, he only believed he was. When his circle of desires collapsed back into his own being, he saw that his life, humble as it was, had always been whole. Tonight, as you rest, notice the mind's tendency to chase. Tomorrow, I must do this. Next year, I must achieve that. These are natural thoughts, but they are not truth. The truth is this moment, the breath in your lungs, the stillness that holds you. For now, there is nothing missing. For now, you are enough. As your eyes grow heavy, let yourself be like the stonecutter after his long journey, no longer chasing, no longer wishing to be sun or king or rock. Let yourself be content with being exactly who you are, exactly where you are. Sing your quiet song of presence, even if no one hears, for in that song lies freedom. The stonecutter's journey reminds us, happiness is not found in becoming something greater, but in discovering the greatness of simply being. And now, let us move gently into another tale, a story of a monk who believed he had arrived, only to discover how much deeper awareness must go. This is the story of the teacher who thought he had arrived. After years of devotion, a monk named Tenno finally received recognition as a teacher. He had studied countless texts, practiced meditation until his breath and mind moved as one, and guided younger students with steady hand. The day he was formally acknowledged, he felt a deep pride rising in his chest. His dream had come true. He was now a bearer of the Dharma, a leader in the way, eager to refine his understanding further. Tenno decided to visit the renowned master Nanin. whose wisdom was said to pierce illusions like a blade through mist. He imagined they would speak together about subtle doctrines, advanced meditation, and the challenges of guiding others. He pictured himself debating philosophy, being seen as an equal, and leaving with new jewels of knowledge. On a rainy day, Tenno set out, umbrella in hand, robes tucked against the mud. By the time he reached the temple, his clogs were splattered, and his umbrella wet. He carefully left them on the porch, as custom required, then entered with the dignity of one who bore the title of teacher. Master Nanin welcomed him with a bow, simple and direct. They sat together in the receiving room. Tenno waited for the conversation to begin, surely on some profound topic, some jewel of the Dharma. But instead, Nanin looked at him quietly and asked, "When you left your umbrella and clogs outside, did you place your umbrella to the left of your shoes, or to the right?" The question struck Tenno like a splash of cold water. He froze. Such a trivial matter. What did it matter? Where he had put them? He searched his memory but realized, with a sinking heart, that he had no idea. His mind had been so occupied with anticipation, so filled with self-importance, that he had performed the simple act unconsciously. Ashamed, he whispered, "I do not know." Nanin smiled, not with scorn, but with compassion. "Then you have not yet attained full awareness," he said. "Someone who is truly awake pays complete attention to every detail, whether it is arranging shoes or guiding students." At that moment, Tenno's pride collapsed like a sandcastle struck by a wave. He saw the truth. His knowledge was vast, his practice deep, but his awareness had not yet permeated the fabric of daily life. He could sit in meditation with great presence, but he still lived much of his life in unconscious habit. Pause here and consider your own daily routine. How often do you perform small tasks without awareness? Do you brush your teeth while already thinking of tomorrow? Do you eat without noticing each bite? Do you walk while lost in plans, missing the sky above? We, too, are often like Tenno, mindful in special moments, but heedless in the ordinary. The Buddha taught, mindfulness is the path to the deathless. Heedlessness is the path to death. Those who are mindful do not die. Those who are heedless are as if dead already. These words remind us that true aliveness is found not in rare experiences, but in complete presence with whatever is here. After his humbling, Tenno asked to remain as Nanin's student. For 10 years, he practiced under the master, learning to bring awareness not just to meditation, but to every act. He learned to arrange his umbrella with the same reverence he brought to chanting sutras. He learned to notice how his feet touched the earth, how his hands moved while pouring tea, how his breath flowed while sweeping the floor. Slowly, he came to understand that enlightenment is not a final prize but a way of traveling, not an achievement but a continuous practice. Awareness must be lived moment by moment, in the smallest details as well as the grandest. Take a breath now, and as you exhale, notice one small detail around you. The texture of the fabric touching your skin, the sound in the room, the rhythm of your breathing. Can you give this small detail your full attention, as though it were the entire universe? In truth, it is. Each moment contains all of life. If we meet it fully, we often imagine awakening to be some distant peak, reached only after years of climbing. But Nanin's teaching points to a subtler truth. Enlightenment is in the way you place your umbrella, the way you wash your hands, the way you close your eyes at night. The path and the destination are not separate. There is a Zen saying practice and enlightenment are one. This does not mean that practice leads eventually to enlightenment, but that each moment of true practice is enlightenment itself. When Tenno finally understood this, he no longer measured his progress by recognition or titles. He simply lived, awake to each moment. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, can you treat even the smallest actions as sacred? Laying your head on the pillow, drawing the blanket over your body, closing your eyes. These are not trivial acts. They are gateways to presence. With mindfulness, even falling asleep becomes a practice of awakening. Imagine that your bed is a temple, your breath a prayer, your body the bell that calls you to stillness. There is nothing you must achieve tonight. You are not striving toward a grand vision. You are simply resting in the awareness of each moment as it unfolds. Tenno thought he had arrived when he was named a teacher, but his true journey began when he saw that he had not. In the same way, you may think you must arrive somewhere, a new role, a greater success, a perfect self, but perhaps the path is here, in the simple act of noticing where you place your umbrella, where you rest your breath, where you lay your worries down at night. Let this story remind you, awareness is not reserved for temples and meditation cushions. It is found in every gesture, every breath, every detail of daily life. The miracle is not in becoming something else, but in being fully present as you already are. And so, as you drift towards sleep, let your awareness soften into each small sensation, the rhythm of your breath, the weight of your body, the softness of rest. This is practice. This is awakening. Now, let us turn to another tale, a story of a proud warrior, whose search for heaven and hell revealed that these realms are not distant places but states of mind we carry within. This is the story of the samurai and the gates. In the time of feudal Japan, when swords flashed beneath banners and the air carried the scent of battle, there lived a samurai hardened by countless wars. His name was Nugi, and though he had fought bravely, his eyes bore the shadows of suffering. Honor had guided his blade, but the weight of death lingered on his spirit like smoke that would not clear. Restless and uncertain, Nugi sought out the Zen master, Hakuin, whose wisdom was famed across the provinces. When he arrived, clad in heavy armor, the lines of war etched deeply into his face, he bowed stiffly and asked the question that had haunted him. "Master, I have faced death many times, but still, I do not know what awaits me. Tell me truthfully, is there really a heaven and a hell?" Hakuin looked up from his tea, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "Who are you?" he asked. "To ask such a question?" "I am a samurai," Nugi replied with pride, squaring his shoulders. "I serve my lord with honor and have never retreated from battle." At once, the master's expression shifted to disdain. He laughed scornfully. "You, a samurai, Your face is coarse. Your bearing clumsy. What ruler would entrust his life to such a guard? You look more like a beggar than a warrior. Nugi's face flushed red. His honor pierced like flesh beneath a blade. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, rage surging hot through his veins. The insult burned, louder than reason, sharper than steel. Hakuin leaned forward, eyes unblinking. So, you have a sword. It is probably too dull to even cut off my head. Nugi's fury erupted. With a cry, he began to draw his weapon. Steel, flashing in the light. His entire body shook with rage. His mind consumed by fire. And in that instant, Hakuin said clearly, "Here, open the gates of hell." The words cut deeper than any blade. Nugi froze. His sword trembled in his hands. His anger suddenly revealed for what it was, hell itself. His breath caught. His chest heaved. His vision swam with realization. Hell was not a place beyond death. It was here. In this very moment of blind fury. Slowly, with reverence, Nugi sheathed his sword and bowed deeply. His anger dissolved into gratitude. His heart softened, like snow melting under sun. Hakuin's voice became gentle. His eyes filled with compassion. "Here, open the gates of heaven. Pause now and take a breath. Feel your chest rise. And, as you exhale, release any tension you carry. Can you sense how quickly your inner world shifts a word, a thought, an insult, a worry? These can drag you into hell in a heartbeat. And a moment of recognition, of release, of compassion can open the gates of heaven just as swiftly. The Buddha once said, "Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love." This is the eternal law. Heaven and hell are not distant destinations, but states of mind. When anger consumes you, you dwell in hell. When compassion flows, you rest in heaven. Think of your own life. How often does a single email, a careless word, a small frustration ignite a fire inside you? One moment, peace. The next, turmoil. One moment, heaven. The next, hell. These realms are not after death. They are woven into the fabric of our daily reactions. Zen calls these the three poisons: greed, hatred, and delusion. When pride is wounded, hatred rises. When desire is thwarted, greed grows. When confusion blinds us, delusion clouds the sky. Together, they build the gates of hell within our own hearts. But heaven, too, is here. When you breathe deeply instead of reacting, the gates open. When you respond with kindness instead of anger, the gates open. When you meet your own pain with compassion rather than judgment, the gates open. Take another slow breath. Imagine someone who has hurt you. Someone whose words or actions brought anger. Notice the fire that stirs. Now, imagine softening, not excusing, not approving, but simply softening. Imagine choosing peace over reactivity, compassion over retaliation. Feel the difference. One path is hell, the other, heaven. Both are already within you. Hakuin's harsh words were not cruelty. They were medicine. He provoked Nugi's anger to show him the truth directly. Sometimes the strongest teaching comes not in comfort, but in confrontation. When the mirror of our mind is held up so starkly that we cannot look away. In this story, the gates of hell and heaven were opened in a matter of seconds. So, it is with us. We carry the keys in every moment. The question is not where we will go after death, but which gates we choose to open now. Imagine yourself standing before two doors. One leads to agitation, resentment, fear. The other leads to calm, compassion, ease. Each breath is a step toward one or the other. Which do you choose tonight? As you prepare to rest, allow your breath to guide you. Inhale, the gates of awareness open. Exhale, the gates of peace unfold. With each breath, you step away from the fires of reactivity and into the garden of stillness. Hakuin's teaching was clear. Heaven and hell are not given by gods or demons. They are born of our own hearts, shaped by our own choices. In this, we hold immense power, the power to transform each moment into paradise or prison. So, as you lie down, remember, no matter the storms of the day, the gates of heaven are always within reach. They open with awareness, with love, with letting go. Tonight, you may enter simply by breathing, be softening, by resting in compassion for yourself and for all beings. And, as our journey continues, let us move toward another lesson, one in which a frustrated warrior learns that the true battle is not with others, but with his own mind. This is the story of the horse and the mind. After his long retreat, Master Bankai walked quietly along a mountain path, seeking rest beneath an open sky. He had spent nights meditating near the place of execution, contemplating impermanence in the shadow of death. His mind was steady, his breath soft, his heart as vast as the valley below. He came upon a horse corral, where the gentle rhythm of nature was suddenly broken by violence. A warrior was beating his horse with harsh cries, his whip cracking against the trembling animal's hide. The horse bucked and cried out, its fear feeding the man's anger, the anger fueling his blows. A cycle of suffering, spiraling out of control. From his resting place on the embankment, Bankai called out, "Hey, what do you think you are doing?" The warrior, consumed by rage, ignored him. His shouts grew louder, his strikes harder, and the horse's cries echoed painfully in the stillness of evening. Again, Bankai's voice rang out, this time deeper, carrying the weight of someone who had long mastered his own storms. "What do you think you are doing?" At last, the warrior paused. He turned, whip in hand, and walked toward the stranger. Something in Bankai's presence disarmed him, a stillness, a clarity that made his own anger suddenly feel smaller. "You were shouting at me," the man said, still tense but curious. "Do you have something to tell me?" Bankai met his gaze with compassion. "Rather than beating your horse for being unruly," he said calmly, "why not chastise yourself and train your own mind right?" The words pierced deeper than any sword. The warrior stood stunned. His anger had been so focused on the horse. He had not seen the mirror. It held up to him. The animal's fear was a reflection of his own turmoil. The more he tried to control it through force, the more chaotic both became. Pause here and breathe. Notice how often we too lash out at life circumstances, trying to whip them into shape. When the computer crashes, we curse the machine. When traffic stalls, we rage at the cars. When people do not behave as we wish, we tighten our grip, growing louder, harsher. Yet, like the warrior, we fail to see that the real struggle is within. The Buddha once said, "Conquer anger with non-anger. Conquer badness with goodness. Conquer meanness with generosity. Conquer dishonesty with truth." The horse is not the enemy. The true challenge is the mind that cannot bear what is. Consider how often you beat the horse in your own life. Perhaps you scold yourself for not being perfect. Perhaps you grow frustrated with others for not meeting your expectations. Perhaps you resist the flow of events, trying to force the world into a shape it refuses to take. Each whip of anger deepens suffering, and each attempt at control only breeds more resistance. Take another breath. Let your shoulders soften. Imagine setting down the whip of judgment, both toward yourself and others. Feel the relief of no longer needing to control what is beyond your grasp. Notice how much space opens within when you choose gentleness over force. Bankai's words remind us that external struggles mirror our internal states. The warrior's violence toward his horse was born from the violence in his own mind. So it is with us. When we are restless within, the world seems restless. When we are calm, the world reflects calm. Zen calls this pushing the river. We exhaust ourselves trying to force life to flow our way, forgetting that rivers move with their own rhythm. To beat the horse is to push the river. To train the mind is to learn to flow with it. Think of times when you tried to control everything: a project, a relationship, a plan. Did your force bring harmony, or did it create strain? And think of times when you released control, when you allowed events to unfold, meeting them with clarity instead of reactivity. Did peace not arise more easily then? The horse, in this story, is life itself, unpredictable, untamed, beyond our command. We cannot whip it into obedience, but we can train the rider, the mind that responds. When the rider is steady, the horse naturally calms. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, notice where you may still be holding a whip, perhaps against yourself, blaming, criticizing, pushing too hard, perhaps against others, resenting, demanding, wishing they were different, perhaps against the world, raging at conditions you cannot change. Gently set the whip down. Feel the freedom of no longer striking. Imagine yourself now as both warrior and horse. The warrior softens, breathes deeply, drops the whip. The horse trembles at first, then calms, its breath steadying. Together they rest, no longer at war, but at peace. Bankai's teaching is not about taming horses, but about taming hearts. The warrior learned that day that the harshest battles are fought not on fields with swords, but within, where anger clashes with acceptance, and fear contends with trust. To conquer the mind is the greatest victory. The Buddha said, "You are the sky. Everything else is just the weather. Clouds of anger may gather. Storms of frustration may thunder, but the vastness of awareness remains untouched. Train yourself to rest in the sky, not to fight the weather. So, as you drift into sleep, remember the warrior and his horse. Choose gentleness. Choose to train the mind rather than whip the world. Let your breath be the reins, guiding you toward stillness. Ich inhale, a reminder of the vast sky. Ich exhale, a release of the storm. And when you wake tomorrow, may you carry this calm with you, meeting life, not with the whip of anger, but with the steady hand of awareness. Now, let us journey to another story, one that reveals the power of meeting life's accusations, prizes, and shames with the same calm heart. This is the story of Master Hakuin and the words, "Is that so?" In a quiet village, where fields stretched wide and mountains watched silently in the distance, there lived Master Hakuin, a monk revered for his wisdom and compassion. For decades, he had been the guiding presence of the community, trusted by all, admired for his clarity, and respected for living a life beyond reproach. People often brought him their troubles, their questions, their longing for guidance. They saw him as a man without flaw, a teacher beyond stain. But even the purest reputation can be shaken by rumor. In the same village, a young woman became pregnant. Her family, respected and proud, was horrified. They pressed her with angry questions. Who was responsible? Who had brought shame to their name? Terrified and desperate to protect the man she loved, she made a choice in panic. She pointed not to her lover, but to Hakuin. The family stormed to the master's dwelling, their voices raised, their faces twisted with outrage. "You," they accused, "you have disgraced our daughter. We trusted you, and this is how you repay us." All the village soon whispered the same story. Students left him. Followers turned their backs. His name, once golden, was now tarnished. And what did Hakuin say? Only, "This is that so." When the child was born, the family carried the infant to Hakuin's hut. "Since you are the father," they said bitterly, "you must care for the child." And they left the newborn in his arms. Hakuin looked down at the baby, so small and helpless, and held it gently against his chest. He did not argue. He did not protest. He did not defend his name. He said only, "Is that so?" Then he cared for the child as though it were his own. He fed the infant, changed its clothes, walked the floors at night when the little one cried. He lived not for reputation, but for compassion. Months passed. The truth weighed heavily on the young mother until she could no longer bear it. At last, she confessed that Hakuin was not the father. The family, ashamed, rushed to the master's hut. They bowed deeply, apologizing, begging forgiveness, asking for the child to be returned. Hakuin placed the baby tenderly into their arms and said once again, "Is that so?" Pause now and breathe. Imagine yourself in his place. Imagine being falsely accused, your reputation destroyed, your community turning away. How would you react? Most of us would protest, defend, shout our innocence. We would burn with anger at the injustice, desperate for others to see the truth. Yet Hakuin remained calm. not because the accusations were true, but because his peace did not depend on others' opinions. The Buddha taught, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." Hakuin embodied this teaching. He did not need to cling to praise, nor did he collapse under blame. His sense of self rested in awareness, not in reputation. How often do we let the opinions of others dictate our inner state? A compliment lifts us, a criticism crushes us, a rumor unsettles us. We ride the waves of others' perceptions, forgetting that beneath the waves lies the vast ocean of our own being. Take another breath. With each inhale, feel yourself expanding into that ocean. With each exhale, release the need to control how others see you. Notice the relief of not needing to defend, not needing to prove, not needing to cling. Hakuin's is that. So is not passivity, but profound strength. It is the strength of one who rests in truth, unshaken by the winds of praise or blame. His equanimity was not indifference. He still cared for the child with love, but he refused to let reputation govern his peace. In our daily lives, we too face accusations, misunderstandings, and judgments. Someone questions our motives. Someone misunderstands our actions. Someone spreads untrue words. Can we meet these with the same calm heart? Perhaps not always with silence, but at least without losing ourselves in anger or fear. The Buddha once said, "You will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger." In the same way, when we cling to reputation, we suffer not from what others say, but from our own attachment to being seen a certain way. Imagine now that the opinions of others are like clouds. Some are bright and beautiful, others dark and heavy, but beneath them, the sky remains unchanged. You are that sky. The clouds pass, but the sky abides. Tonight, rest in your sky-like nature. Let the clouds of praise and blame drift by, without chasing or clinging. Hakuin showed his village that true freedom comes not from being seen as flawless, but from being unshakably at peace with who you are. His simple words, "Is that so?" are an invitation for us to release our grip on appearances and return to the stillness within. As you prepare for sleep, consider the situations in your life where you feel the urge to defend, to prove, to fight for how you are seen. Can you soften instead? Can you rest in the awareness that your worth does not depend on reputation? With each exhale, whisper silently, "Is that so?" and let the tension fall away. The night does not care whether you are praised or blamed. The moon does not shine more or less depending on your reputation. The breath does not stop because of rumor. In this way, you too can live from a deeper center, untouched by the passing winds. And now, let us continue with another tale, a lesson about perception itself, of seeing and not seeing, of how awareness can observe without judgment. This is the teaching of 3 strikes and deeper vision. There is a story of a Zen master named Gasan, who once listened as a student recited a passage from an old Buddhist scripture. The verse spoke of seeing clearly, of knowing when truth appears before the eyes, of living with awareness, so complete that nothing is missed. The student read with pride, certain he understood. But Gasan shook his head gently. "You do not yet see," he said. "Hearing words is not the same as living them. The student protested. "But master, I have memorized the passage. I know it by heart." The master responded, "If you truly knew it by heart, you would not need to repeat it to convince yourself. You would breathe it, walk it, embody it without thought." Later that day, they sat together in the dojo, where the sounds of practice echoed against the wooden floor. A younger monk was learning the art of striking with a bamboo staff. He swung once clumsy, uncertain, twice a little steadier. 3 times his body, mind, and breath suddenly aligned, the staff cutting through the air with precision and grace. "Do you see?" Gassan asked. "It is not the first or the second, but the third strike, when thought falls away and presence arises, that reveals true vision. Words are like the first 2 strikes, awkward, preparatory, but embodiment is the third strike. When you stop thinking, you see." Pause here and take a breath. Notice how often you live in the first or second strike, caught in trying, in rehearsing, in remembering. How often do you dwell in thought rather than in presence? And can you sense the possibility of the third strike? The moment when awareness flows freely, unburdened by effort. The Buddha once said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." We may memorize texts, collect teachings, repeat doctrines, but if they do not transform the heart, they remain hollow. Peace arises not from knowing about awareness, but from being awareness itself. Consider your own life. How often do you repeat wisdom like a mantra, hoping it will change you, yet not live it fully? You may say, "I should be patient," while still gripping anger tightly. You may say, "I should let go," while still holding your burdens close. To know is easy, to embody is rare. Take another deep breath. Let your shoulders drop, your jaw unclench. Feel what it is like not to rehearse patience, but to embody it now. In this moment of stillness, feel what it is like not to think about letting go, but to actually set something down, like a stone leaving your hand. This is the difference between the first strike and the third. Zen speaks often of direct seeing, seeing reality without the filter of thought. Imagine standing before a flower. In the first strike, you recite facts, its color, its species, its anatomy. In the second, you describe its fragrance, its symbolism, its meaning. But in the third, you simply behold it, silently, directly, without words. And in that silent seeing, the flower reveals itself fully. Life is the same. We are quick to name, to judge, to interpret. But when we rest in simple awareness, life strikes through with clarity. This is not about rejecting thought, but about not being trapped by it. Thought becomes a tool, not a cage. The student who clung to words was gently shown that scripture without embodiment is like food described but never eaten. It cannot nourish. True nourishment comes when we taste directly, when we live the teaching. There is a parable of a man standing by a river. He points at the water and cries, "This is water. This is water." People gather, nodding, repeating, "Water, water." But not one bends down to drink. and so they remain thirsty. Though water is abundant, words are the pointing. Drinking is the living. Pause again and breathe slowly. Imagine yourself now at the third strike, the moment when thought quiets and presence awakens. Notice the sounds around you, the sensations in your body, the simple miracle of breath. Do not describe it. Do not name it. Just experience. This is seeing without words. The Buddha said, "Come and see, not come and believe, not come and memorize, but come and see." Direct experience is the heart of the path. As you lie down tonight, let your practice be the third strike. Do not recite teachings in your head as though they were spells. Do not rehearse the day endlessly. Simply be present with your breath, your body, your rest. Allow the truth to reveal itself in silence. The student learned that day that wisdom is not in the number of verses you know, but in the depth of awareness you embody. Each of us is invited to move from words to seeing, from memorization to presence, from the first strike to the third. And so, as your body softens, let go of the need to rehearse or to prove. Rest instead in the silent clarity of direct experience. This is enough. Now, let us turn to another story, one that reveals the strength of gentleness and the courage to bow before life's storms rather than resist them. This is the teaching of the reed and the oak. On the edge of a quiet riverbank, two beings grew side by side, an oak tree and a cluster of reeds. The oak stood tall and mighty, its trunk thick with centuries of strength, its branches reaching proudly toward the heavens. The reeds, by contrast, were thin and fragile, bending easily with the breeze, swaying at the river's edge like slender dancers. The oak often looked down at the reeds with a sense of superiority. "Look at you," it boomed, voice rumbling like thunder through its bark. "So weak, so delicate, a single gust bends you in half. Meanwhile, I stand unmoved, solid against every wind. None can shake me." The reeds bowed silently, offering no defense. They did not boast. They did not argue. They swayed with the wind, dipped with the current, and returned to their place with quiet grace. One night, as autumn deepened, a storm rose over the river. The wind howled like a wild beast. The rain lashed the earth, and the waters swelled with violent force. The oak, proud and unbending, stood firm against the storm. It clenched its roots, braced its trunk, and refused to bow. The reeds, meanwhile, bent low, pressed nearly flat against the earth. They swayed and yielded, moving with the storm rather than against it. The storm raged through the night. At dawn, when the sky cleared, the reeds rose again, shaken but alive. The oak, however, lay broken, its mighty trunk split, its roots torn from the earth. The reeds whispered gently in the morning light. Strength is not always in standing tall, but in bowing when needed. To yield is not weakness, but wisdom. Pause here and breathe. Feel the truth of this parable within your own life. How often do we try to be like the oak, unbending before every challenge? determined to stand our ground, no matter what. And how often does that stubbornness lead to our breaking? The Buddha taught, in the end, only three things matter: how much you loved, how gently you lived, and how gracefully you let go of things not meant for you. Gentleness is not cowardice. It is the courage to live in harmony with reality, to bow before forces larger than ourselves, and to rise again when storms pass. Think of times in your life when you resisted change with all your strength. Perhaps you clung to a relationship that had already ended, or to a dream that no longer served you, or to an identity that life was asking you to release. The more you resisted, the more painful it became. And yet, when you finally yielded, when you allowed yourself to bend, with the wind, peace returned, and you found resilience you did not know you had. Take another slow breath. As you exhale, imagine yourself as the reed, bowing gently with the winds of circumstance. Feel how much lighter it is to yield than to fight. How much softer the heart becomes when it stops resisting what cannot be controlled. Zen speaks often of emptiness, not as nothingness, but as openness. The reed survives the storm because it is open, flexible, unbound. The oak breaks because it clings to solidity, refusing to adapt. In the same way, when we remain open to change, to uncertainty, to loss, we discover a strength deeper than rigidity. There is a koan that asks, which is more powerful, the mountain or the water? At first, the mountain seems unshakable, immovable, but over time, water wears it down, reshaping valleys and carving rivers. What appears soft is in truth stronger than what appears hard. Imagine now the challenges you face. Perhaps grief, perhaps uncertainty, perhaps change. You did not choose. Can you meet them as the reed meets the storm, bending, yielding, trusting that you will rise again when the winds pass? Feel this possibility in your breath. Ich inhale. The reed stands tall. Ach exhale. It bows. Neither state is permanent. Both belong to the dance of life. The oak and the reed also remind us that true dignity is not in resisting life, but in harmonizing with it. To bow does not diminish your worth. It allows you to endure. In bowing, you are not defeated. You are aligned with the flow of the universe. The Tao Te Ching says, "The softest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world." This is not poetry alone, but lived truth. Kindness outlasts cruelty. Patience outlasts force. Flexibility outlasts rigidity. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, let yourself be the reed. Bow before the storm of thoughts, the wind of worries, the rain of regrets. Do not fight them. Yield. Let them pass over you. And when they do, rise again in the morning. Soft yet unbroken. The oak thought strength meant standing firm. The reed knew strength meant moving with the flow. Which will you choose in your own life? The story of the reed and the oak is not about trees. It is about us, about how we meet life's storms, how we hold our suffering, how we carry our hearts. May you carry yours with gentleness, bowing gracefully when needed, rising resiliently when the skies clear. And now, let us move to another tale, a story that shows how illusions vanish when seen clearly. Like shadows dissolving in the morning sun. This is the teaching of the empty boat. Long ago, in the southern provinces of China, there lived a scholar who prized dignity above all. He was known in his town for his refinement, his knowledge, his careful manners. Every gesture was measured, every word chosen to reflect honor. But beneath this polished surface, his heart was restless, for pride made him easily wounded. A careless remark cut him like a blade. A small insult unsettled him for days. One afternoon, the scholar took a boat out on a river to enjoy the calm of late summer. The sky was vast. The water shimmered, and the air was filled with dragonflies darting in the sun. He lay back, enjoying his solitude, until bang, another boat collided forcefully with his. Startled, he leapt to his feet, rage blazing in his chest. "Who dares strike my boat so carelessly?" he cried, preparing to unleash his anger. But when he looked, he saw that the other boat was empty. It had come loose from its moorings, drifting silently with the current. At once, his fury dissolved into laughter. For what is there to rage at when there is no one to blame? He sat back down, watching the empty boat drift away. And a deep realization arose within him. His anger had been his own creation, born not from reality, but from the stories he imagined. Pause here and take a breath. How often do we collide with empty boats? Someone cuts us off in traffic, and anger flares. A friend forgets to call, and resentment rises. A colleague's tone feels sharp, and we carry it like a wound. Yet how often are these boats truly empty, the actions not meant to harm, but simply the currents of life? The Buddha taught, holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at another. You are the one who gets burned. The scholar realized this truth by accident on the river, when the boat is empty. Anger has no target, and the fire goes out. But Zen takes the story deeper. Even when the boat is not empty, even when someone does insult us, betray us, or act with malice, we can still see it as empty. Empty of permanent self, empty of fixed intention, empty of inherent attack. For each person acts from their own causes and conditions, their own suffering, their own ignorance. To see them as an enemy is to fill the boat with our own projections. To see the boat as empty is to meet life with compassion instead of rage. Take another breath, and imagine the next time anger arises in you. Perhaps someone says a harsh word. Perhaps a plan falls apart. Perhaps life itself seems unfair. Can you pause and ask, is this an empty boat, even if someone steered it? Can you see that their action arises from conditions beyond their control, their upbringing, their pain, their ignorance? And if so, can you let go of the need to strike back? When we see the boat as empty, we find freedom. Anger no longer rules us. Compassion grows in its place. There is an old Zen saying, "The obstacle is the path." The boat that collides with you is not an interruption of practice, it is the very practice itself. Each collision is a chance to awaken, to release anger, to choose compassion. Imagine tonight, as you rest, that all the boats around you are empty. The mistakes of others, the disappointments of the day, the sharp words, The forgotten kindnesses. All are empty boats drifting on the river of conditions. They are not aimed at you personally. They simply are. Notice how your heart softens when you stop taking them as attacks. Notice the peace that arises when you let them drift by without grasping. The scholar on the river learned that day what years of study had not taught him, that freedom is not in controlling others, but in mastering his own reactions. His polished manners had meant little, for beneath them his pride was raw and tender. But the empty boat revealed to him the possibility of laughter instead of rage, release instead of grasping. And so it can be for us. The world will collide with us, sometimes gently, sometimes harshly. But whether we burn in anger or rest in peace depends not on the boat, but on the mind that meets it. The Tao Te Ching says, "The sage does not contend, and therefore no one can contend with him." An empty boat does not fight back. In the same way, when we empty ourselves of ego, there is nothing for anger to strike, and peace flows naturally. As you lie down tonight, let the image of the empty boat guide you. Each thought that bumps into your awareness, a worry, a regret, a memory, is just another empty vessel drifting by. You need not chase it. You need not fight it. You need not shout at it. Let it pass. Rest instead in the stillness of the river itself, vast and undisturbed. The scholar laughed on that riverbank because he saw the truth. Most of what we battle is of our own making. The boat was always empty. Now, let us drift into another tale, one of a man who sought treasure in distant lands, only to discover it buried beneath his own floor. This is the parable of the hidden jewel. In a small village lived a man named Ryota, who dreamed of wealth. Each night he gazed at the stars and sighed, "If only I had riches, I would be free. If only I had gold, I would be happy." He worked hard, but his earnings barely kept food on the table. His hut was modest, his clothes simple, and he envied the merchants who traveled with heavy purses and the nobles who lived in fine houses. One evening, after yet another day of toil, Ryota sat by his fire and made a vow. "Tomorrow," he said, "I will leave this place and travel the world until I find the treasure that will change my life." His heart beat with restless excitement. He imagined distant lands, shining jewels, and fortune waiting for him just beyond the horizon. And so, at dawn, he set off. He traveled across deserts where the sun blazed like fire, across mountains where snow stung his skin, through forests where shadows whispered secrets. Everywhere he asked, "Where is the great treasure?" Some laughed at him. Some shook their heads. Some pointed vaguely toward horizons he had not yet reached. And so he went on, year after year, chasing rumors, chasing hope. At last, after decades of wandering, weary and bent with age, Ryota returned to his village, broken and empty-handed. His hut still stood, though weathered and worn. With a heavy heart, he stepped inside. Ashamed of the wasted years, he collapsed on the floor, pressing his cheek against the earth as tears welled in his eyes. And then his hand struck something hard beneath the boards. Curious, he pulled the planks aside. There, Hidden deep in the ground, beneath his own floor, lay a chest. He pried it open, and inside glittered jewels, coins, and gold beyond his imagining. The treasure had been there all along, waiting beneath his very feet. Pause here and breathe. How often do we wander restlessly, seeking joy, peace, and fulfillment in distant places, in future achievements, in possessions we do not yet have? How often do we imagine that the treasure is always out there, beyond the next horizon, when all along it rests quietly within us? The Buddha once told a similar parable. A man left his home to search for a priceless jewel, not knowing it had already been sewn into the lining of his robe. For lifetimes he searched in vain, until at last someone pointed it out to him. You carried it with you the whole time. The jewel is our Buddha nature, our inherent capacity for peace, compassion, and wisdom. We do not need to earn it. We do not need to find it in distant lands. It has been within us from the beginning, waiting to be recognized. Take another breath. Place your hand gently on your chest. Feel the steady rhythm of your heart, the treasure that beats quietly, asking for nothing. Notice the awareness that hears these words. The jewel of consciousness itself. You need not travel anywhere to find it. It is already here. Ryota's decades of wandering mirror our own restless striving. We chase careers, possessions, recognition, hoping each will unlock the happiness we long for. And though they may bring moments of joy, the deeper peace we seek never arrives from outside. Like Ryota, we eventually return to ourselves, weary from the chase, and discover that the jewel was always beneath our own floorboards. There is an old Zen saying, "Don't seek the truth, just cease to cherish opinions." When we stop chasing, when we release our fixed ideas of what will complete us, the jewel reveals itself. Imagine now that you are digging gently beneath the floor of your own being. Each breath uncovers another layer. Old stories, old fears, old desire. As you breathe, you loosen them, set them aside, and there, beneath it all, you find a luminous jewel, the simple presence of awareness, shining, whole, complete. This jewel cannot be lost. Though it can be overlooked, it cannot be bought or sold. Though it is priceless, it cannot be given to you, for it is already yours. All that is required is recognition. Consider how children laugh with pure joy at the simplest things: a butterfly, a puddle, a zone. They have not yet buried their jewel under layers of striving. We, too, can return to that simplicity, not by becoming children again, but by remembering what was always here. Take another slow breath. Imagine yourself placing aside the weary luggage of your travels, your regrets, your ambitions, your comparisons. Feel the lightness of no longer chasing. Imagine kneeling on the floor of your own heart, pulling back the boards, and finding the treasure that was never missing. Rest in that discovery. Ryota's return was not a failure. His journey taught him to recognize the jewel when he finally saw it. In the same way, our wanderings, our mistakes, our longings all bring us home, ready at last to notice the treasure within. The Tao Te Ching says, "Without going outside, you may know the whole world. Without looking through the window, you may see the way of heaven. The farther you go, the less you know. The jewel is here, not beyond." Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, remember that you need not chase peace. You need not wait for tomorrow to feel whole. The jewel is already within you. Each breath reveals it. Each moment is enough. Ryota's laughter, when he opened the chest, was not the laughter of greed, but of relief. He saw that he had been complete all along. May you too rest tonight with that same relief, no longer searching, no longer striving, but dwelling with the jewel of your own being. And now, let us move onward to another tale. One of a monk who discovered that the most profound practice was not in chasing lofty visions, but in carrying water and chopping wood. This is the teaching of simplicity. In the mountains of China, where mist clung to the slopes and rivers sang quietly through valleys, a young monk named Jinan once asked his master a question. His eyes were filled with longing, for he had practiced diligently for many years. "Master," he said, "what is enlightenment? What is the great awakening of which the sutras speak?" The master did not answer with philosophy, nor did he point to scriptures. Instead, he said simply, "When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep." Jinan frowned, confused. "But master, everyone does that. Surely enlightenment must be something more profound, more extraordinary." The old man smiled gently. "Everyone eats. Yes. Everyone sleeps. Yes. But not everyone eats when eating, or sleeps when sleeping. Their bodies may be here, but their minds wander elsewhere. To be fully present in each act, without distraction, without clinging, that is, enlightenment." These words echoed in Jinen's heart like a bell struck at dawn. For years, he had strained toward visions of light, toward mystical experiences, toward a final moment of perfection. Yet his master pointed him back to the most ordinary acts. Chop wood, carry water, eat, sleep, pause here, and breathe. How often do you eat without tasting? How often do you lie down without truly resting? How often do you walk while your thoughts race ahead? The miracle is not in distant visions, but in the intimacy of each moment lived with awareness. There is an old Zen saying, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The tasks remain the same. The world remains the same. What changes is the heart that meets it. When we awaken, the ordinary becomes sacred, for we finally see it as it is. Jinan began to test this teaching. The next time he carried buckets of water from the well, he focused on nothing but the rhythm of his steps, the cool weight of the handles, the sound of water sloshing with each movement. He noticed the air on his skin, the strength in his muscles, the way his breath rose and fell. For the first time, the chore was not a burden. It was a practice, alive with presence. Later, as he chopped wood for the evening fire, he felt the texture of the axe handle against his palms, heard the crack of wood splitting, watched the grain reveal itself. No longer did he dream of enlightenment as something far away. Each strike of the axe was a strike into the heart of presence. And when he ate his evening rice, he slowed to savor each grain, tasting the fullness of the earth, the gift of sun and rain, the labor of farmers. Gratitude arose naturally, not forced. He saw the whole universe in his bowl. The Buddha taught, the miracle is not to walk on water, but to walk on the earth. We long for wonders, but the greatest wonder is already beneath our feet, already in our hands, already in the breath, moving quietly through our body. Think of your own daily tasks, washing dishes, folding clothes, walking to the store. How often do you hurry through them, seeing them only as obstacles before you reach what you consider important? What if these tasks themselves were the path? What if the sacred was not hidden, but waiting in the soap bubbles, in the sound of fabric, in the rhythm of your steps? Take another slow breath. Imagine yourself washing a cup. Feel the warm water on your hands, the smooth surface beneath your fingers, the clarity of the cup as it becomes clean. This is no less a meditation than sitting cross-legged in silence. Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh once said, washing the dishes to wash the dishes, not to hurry to the next thing, not to finish as quickly as possible, but to be fully alive in the act itself. When we live this way, each moment is complete. As you prepare for sleep tonight, notice how even the simplest acts can be practice. Laying your body down is not just a routine, it is a sacred act of care. Pulling the blanket over yourself is not mere habit, it is an embrace of rest. Closing your eyes is not just preparation for sleep, it is entering the temple of dreams. Jinan realized over time that the enlightenment he sought was not hidden in distant scriptures or grand experiences. It was here, in chopping wood, in carrying water, in eating, in sleeping, in every breath lived with awareness. He discovered that the path is not a journey toward something else. The path is life itself, walked with presence. Take one more breath. As you exhale, let go of striving for visions of perfection. As you inhale, receive the simplicity of this moment, this breath, this body, this rest. The ordinary is extraordinary when seen clearly. Chop wood, carry water, and in these acts, discover the jewel of awakening. Now, let us continue our journey into another tale, a story of a wandering monk who sought the truth across mountains and rivers, only to find that the temple he longed for was the one within his own heart. There was once a monk named Renshin, whose heart ached with longing for truth. He had read the sutras until the words blurred before his eyes, meditated until his legs trembled with numbness, and visited temples across the land. Yet peace remained elusive. Each place he went, he heard whispers of a greater temple, a holier shrine, a master who knew more than the last. And so, with staff in hand, he wandered from province to province, convinced that just beyond the horizon lay the answer he sought. He crossed mountains where snow weighed heavily on the branches of pines. He waded rivers swollen with spring rains. He slept under stars, his body weary, his spirit restless. Always, he asked, where is the true temple? Where is the place where awakening shines most brightly? In one village, an old farmer, pointed toward distant peaks. There, beyond the ridge, lies a temple of great power, he said. Renshin hurried on. In another town, a merchant told him, further east, near the sea, you will find what you seek. And so he continued, year after year, chasing echoes, chasing shadows. One evening, exhausted and filled with despair, he stumbled upon a hermit's hut deep in the forest. An old woman lived there, bent with age, her hands calloused from a lifetime of work. She welcomed him in, offered him tea, and listened patiently as he poured out his story. I have walked across the land, Renshin said, his voice trembling, seeking the true temple. Yet each place leaves me unsatisfied. Where is it? Where must I go? The woman poured tea slowly into his cup, her movements graceful and unhurried. When the cup was full, she continued pouring, and the tea overflowed, spilling across the table. Stop, Renshin cried. The cup is full. The old woman smiled. So is your mind. Dear one, how can the temple reveal itself when you carry such restlessness, such ideas of what it must be? Empty your mind, and you will see. Renshin bowed his head, ashamed. For the first time, he stayed where he was. He worked alongside the woman, chopping wood, gathering herbs, fetching water. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Slowly, the fire of striving cooled. He learned to notice the sound of rain on the roof, the warmth of sunlight on his skin, the fragrance of herbs boiling in a pot. One morning, while sweeping the small yard, he paused and looked around. The hut, the trees, the sky, the broom in his hand, all shimmered with quiet presence. His breath deepened, his heart softened, tears filled his eyes. The temple he had sought across mountains and rivers had always been here, not in stone halls or golden statues, but in the simple act of being present. The true temple was within his own heart. Pause now and breathe deeply. Feel the way the air fills your chest, the way it leaves again. Can you sense that this breath itself is a kind of temple bell, calling you back to presence? You do not need to wander. You do not need to seek endlessly. The sanctuary you long for is here, in your own awareness, waiting quietly. The Buddha once said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." This is the true temple, not a building, not a place, but the present moment itself, alive and radiant. How often do we, like Renshin, wander restlessly in search of peace, imagining it lies just beyond our reach? We look for it in achievements, in possessions, in relationships, in distant retreats. And yet, peace is always here, closer than our breath. The wandering is not wrong. It teaches us the futility of chasing, but the return home is the true discovery. Take another breath. Imagine yourself sweeping the yard, as Renshin did. The broom moving slowly, the air alive around you. With each sweep, you clear not only leaves, but also distractions. What remains is the temple of now, silent, complete, enough. Zen Master Dogen once wrote, "Do not follow the ideas of others, but learn to listen to the voice within yourself. That voice is not loud. It does not shout. It whispers in the quiet of the present moment. Can you hear it now? Beneath the noise of thought." The old woman's overflowing teacup was a teaching in itself. Until we empty ourselves of striving, we cannot taste what is already here. Renshin learned that the temple was not waiting for him beyond the mountains. It had been waiting within him all along. As you rest tonight, imagine that your bed is a temple. Your breath, the incense, your heartbeat, the drum. No walls are needed. No statues. No rituals beyond awareness itself. The sanctuary is here, and you are already inside it. Feel the relief of no longer needing to chase. Feel the peace of no longer wandering. The treasure you sought. The temple you imagined. The peace you long for, it is all here, within your own heart, waiting for your recognition. Renshin never left the forest hut. He lived the rest of his days there, not in restless seeking, but in quiet presence. To those who visited, he no longer spoke of distant temples. He only invited them to sit, to drink tea, to notice the miracle of the moment. And many left, whispering that they had touched the true temple at last. Tonight, may you too rest in that temple, not in distant lands, but here, in the stillness of your own being. And now, let us move to another tale, one that shows how even suffering can be transformed. When a farmer learns to see fortune and misfortune as waves on the same sea, this is the story of the farmer's luck. In a mountain village lived a farmer named Koji. His days were filled with tending rice fields, mending fences, and watching the sky for signs of rain. His neighbors often complained of hardship or boasted of fortune, but Koji himself rarely joined in. He had learned, through seasons of both abundance and scarcity, that life was like the weather, always changing. One summer, a wild horse wandered into his field. The villagers gathered, exclaiming, "What great luck! Koji, a horse has come to you freely. Surely this is a sign of prosperity." Koji only nodded, his face calm. "Perhaps," he said softly. The next week, Koji's son tried to ride the horse. The animal bucked fiercely, throwing the young man to the ground. His leg broke badly, and he cried out in pain. Again the villagers gathered. "What terrible misfortune! Koji, your only son is injured. Who will help you in the fields now?" Koji looked at his son, bandaged and resting, and nodded. "Perhaps," he said gently. A month later, soldiers rode into the village, demanding every able young man join the army for a distant war. Many families wept as their sons were taken away. But when the soldiers saw Koji's son with his broken leg, they passed him by. The villagers turned to Koji again. "What incredible luck because of the accident. Your son has been spared." Koji nodded once more. "Perhaps." Pause here and breathe. Notice how easily our minds leap to label each event good, bad, fortunate, tragic. Yet, life is larger than our judgments. What seems terrible today may bring hidden blessings tomorrow. What seems fortunate today may carry challenges we cannot yet see. The Buddha taught, With our thoughts we make the world. When we cling to judgments, we suffer twice, once from the event itself, and again from the story we attach to it. Koji's wisdom was not in predicting outcomes, but in releasing the need to judge them. Consider your own life. Think of a moment you once saw as a disaster, perhaps the loss of a job, the end of a relationship, a mistake that embarrassed you. Can you see now how it also carried seeds of growth, of redirection, of hidden gifts? And think of moments you once celebrated as great fortune, only to realize later they brought unexpected struggles. Life unfolds with a complexity we cannot always measure in the moment. Take another breath. With each inhale, imagine yourself releasing judgment. With each exhale, whisper silently, perhaps. This is not resignation. It is openness. It is the humility to admit we do not always know what a moment will bring. Koji's neighbors lived in constant reaction, elated at fortune, devastated at loss. Koji lived in equanimity, knowing that both fortune and misfortune are waves on the same sea. He did not cling to the wave's crest, nor despair at the trough. He floated, trusting the ocean itself. Zen master Shunryu Suzuki once said, "Life is like stepping into a boat that is about to sail out to sea and sink." This is not pessimism, but clarity. All things are impermanent. To cling to any wave is to suffer when it passes. To float in openness is to discover peace. Imagine now that you are Koji, standing in your field as villagers rush to label events. A horse appears. Your son falls. The soldiers arrive. Around you, voices rise in judgment: good, bad, lucky, unlucky. But within you, there is space, stillness, openness. You breathe, and with each breath, you release the urge to cling to certainty. You simply meet each moment with, perhaps. This practice is not indifference. Koji still cared for his son, still tended his fields, but he did so without drowning in judgment. He met life as it came, moment by moment, without insisting it be other than it was. The Buddha said, "Nothing is to be clung to as I or mine." When we release clinging, we free ourselves from the endless swing of fortune and misfortune. We rest in the middle, calm and open. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, notice the events of your day. Which did you label good? Which did you label bad? Can you soften those judgments, meeting them instead with openness? Whisper quietly, perhaps, and let the need for certainty fall away. Rest in the simple truth that you do not need to know the outcome. You only need to meet this moment with presence. Koji's life was not easier than his neighbors. He faced storms, accidents, and uncertainty, just as they did. But his peace lay in the way he met them. While others rode the highs and lows of fortune, Koji walked steadily, with the calm of one who trusts the unfolding of the path. The Tao Te Ching says, "Good fortune rests upon disaster. Disaster is hidden within good fortune. Who knows how it will end? To live wisely is not to avoid the waves, but to ride them with grace, knowing they rise and fall as they must. So as you drift into sleep, be like Koji. Meet each thought, each memory, each worry with the gentleness of perhaps. let go of judgment, and rest in openness. In this openness, you may find a peace deeper than fortune, deeper than misfortune, the peace of equanimity. And now, let us turn to another tale, one of a monk who carried burdens both real and imagined, and who learned from his master that to set them down is the beginning of freedom. This is the story of two monks and the woman at the river. Two monks once journeyed together through the countryside. Their robes were worn, their sandals thin, but their hearts were steady in practice. The elder, Jomei, carried himself with a serene dignity, his eyes soft, as if gazing always into the horizon. The younger, Taro, was earnest but troubled, often tangled in rules and ideals, striving fiercely to be pure. One morning, heavy rains turned the path into mud, and rivers swelled beyond their banks. As the monks approached a village, they saw a woman standing by the edge of a flooded stream. She was dressed in fine silks, clearly unprepared for the mud and rushing waters. She paced anxiously, unable to cross without ruining her garments. Seeing her distress, Jomei bowed and said gently, "Allow me to help." He lifted her onto his back and carried her across the stream. His sandals sank deep into the mud. His robes grew wet, but he walked steadily until they reached the other side. The woman thanked him briefly, adjusted her clothes, and went on her way without another glance. Jomei bowed once more and continued down the road, as though nothing had happened. But Taro's face tightened. He bit his lip, his mind a storm of protest. Hours passed as they walked in silence. Finally, unable to contain himself, Taro burst out, "Brother, how could you do that? We are monks. We are not to touch women, let alone carry them in our arms. You have broken our discipline." Jomei looked at him kindly. "Brother," he said softly, "I set the woman down hours ago. Why are you still carrying her? Pause here and breathe. Notice how often we, like Taro, carry burdens long after the moment has passed. We replay conversations, replay regrets, replay mistakes, holding them on our backs long after life has moved on. The Buddha taught, attachment brings suffering. It is not the event itself that chains us, but the clinging we do afterward. Jomei carried the woman across the stream because compassion required it. Once the act was done, he released it. Taro, in his rigid attachment to rules and judgments, carried her still, heavy in his heart. Think of your own life. What burdens are you still carrying? A harsh word spoken years ago, a mistake long since past, a disappointment that cannot be changed with each replay. You carry the weight again, exhausting yourself on a road already traveled. Take another deep breath. As you exhale, imagine setting down one such burden. Feel the relief in your shoulders, the lightness in your chest. Notice how your body softens when you release what no longer needs to be held. Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh often taught that the present moment is the only place we truly live. To carry the past is to miss the freshness of now. To cling to rules or judgments is to imprison ourselves in cages of our own making. Freedom lies in compassion, in presence, in letting go. Jomei's wisdom was not in disregarding discipline, but in understanding its purpose. Rules are tools to support compassion, not chains to bind it. To cling to form while forgetting the heart is to miss the spirit of practice. How often do we, like Taro, hold tight to the shoulds? I should not have done that. They should not have treated me this way. Life should be different. Each should is another burden on our back. Meanwhile, the road stretches before us, asking only for our presence. Take another breath. With each inhale, imagine lifting the burden of should. With each exhale, set it gently down on the earth. Feel yourself walking lighter, freer, more present. There is a koan that asks, why do you carry the corpse when the funeral is long over? The answer is not given in words, but in the act of letting go. Why carry what no longer lives? Why bear the weight of what has already passed? Tonight, as you prepare for rest, reflect, what woman are you still carrying on your back? Perhaps a mistake, perhaps a judgment, perhaps a resentment. Can you set her down now? Here, on the riverbank of memory, and walk on, in peace. The Buddha said, drop by drop is the water pot filled. Likewise, the wise one, gathering it little by little, fills oneself with good. Each small act of letting go fills the pot of peace. Each burden released makes space for rest, for compassion, for joy. Jomei's simple question echoes through time. I set her down hours ago. Why are you still carrying her tonight? May it echo in your own heart. May you release what you no longer need. May you rest light, free, and unburdened. And as our journey continues, let us turn to another tale, one that shows how even death itself can be met not with fear, but with clarity and peace. This is the story of the monk and the master's farewell. There came a time when Master Riku, beloved teacher of a small monastery, felt the nearness of death. His body had grown frail, his breath shallow, his once strong voice now a whisper, yet his eyes remained clear, like two lanterns steady in the night. The monks who had followed him for decades gathered quietly, their hearts heavy with grief. For though they knew impermanence was the nature of all things, they struggled to accept the thought of losing the one who had been their guide, their compass, their steady flame. One disciple, Yori, knelt close to the master's mat. Tears glistened in his eyes as he said, Master, you have taught us everything: compassion, mindfulness, patience. But now, as you leave us, please teach us one more lesson. Show us how a true monk meets death. Riku's thin lips curved into a faint smile. He whispered, have I not shown you already? Each breath of my life has been a lesson in dying. For every inhale is born, and every exhale passes away. Death is not waiting in the future. It is here, in every moment of impermanence. The disciples fell silent, their hearts pierced by the simplicity of the truth. As the night deepened, Riku asked to be carried outside beneath the sky. They laid him gently on a mat where the stars shone above, and the moon cast its pale light over the courtyard. The wind rustled through the pines, as though nature itself came to witness. Yori wept openly. Master, how can we continue without you? The old man's eyes softened further. "Foolish one," he said, with tenderness. "Have I ever been apart from you? Did I teach you that wisdom is hidden in me alone? No. The Dharma flows through each of you, as it flows through the wind and water. When I am gone, look not for me in memory or stone, but in your own breath, your own practice, your own kindness. There you will find me always." Pause here and breathe. Let his words sink into you. Feel the inhale, new and fresh. Feel the exhale, fading into silence. Birth and death, rising and falling, already here in every breath. There is no need to fear what is already happening in this moment. The Buddha once said, "Of all footprints, that of the elephant is supreme. Of all contemplations, that on impermanence is supreme. To meditate on death is not morbid. It is to awaken to life. For when we know everything is passing, we learn to cherish it more deeply, to cling less fiercely, to love more fully." The disciples wept not only from sorrow, but from their own clinging, their desire for their master to remain forever unchanged. Yet the master's peace showed them that death was not an end but a continuation, like a wave returning to the ocean. As dawn approached, Riku grew weaker. The monks gathered close, chanting softly. The old man raised his hand slightly, motioning for silence. With his final strength, he whispered, "Do not cling, do not fear. Let go, as the leaf lets go in autumn. Trust the wind." Then, with one final exhale, his body grew still. The courtyard was filled with silence, yet it was not heavy. A deep stillness pervaded the air, as if the entire universe had paused to bow. The monks felt grief, yes, but mingled with awe, for their master had left them not in terror but in serenity, embodying the teaching to the very end. Pause again and breathe. Imagine yourself lying beneath the stars, your life nearing its close. What would you cling to? What would you release? Notice that the peace you imagine in that moment is available even now. For the art of dying well is the art of living well, fully present, unattached, open to the flow. In our daily lives, we often avoid thinking of death. We distract ourselves, push it away, as though denial will keep it distant. Yet, the more we deny, the more fear festers. When we turn toward impermanence with open eyes, fear loosens its grip. Death becomes not an enemy, but a teacher, reminding us to live. Think of the flowers in spring. Their beauty is inseparable from their brevity. Were they eternal? Would they move us so deeply? Think of music. Its sweetness lies in the fact that each note fades, making space for the next. So it is with life. Its impermanence gives it meaning. The disciples, in time, realized that their master's greatest gift was not his words, but his presence, and that presence lived on in them whenever they walked mindfully, spoke kindly, breathed consciously. Death had taken his body, but his teaching was alive in their every act of awareness. The Buddha said, "All conditioned things are impermanent." When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. Impermanence is not loss but liberation, for nothing need be clung to. As you prepare for rest tonight, Allow yourself to release. With each exhale, let go as though it were your last breath, not in fear, but in peace. With each inhale, receive life anew. In this rhythm, birth and death meet and embrace. The Master's farewell teaches us that to die well is to live well without clinging, without fear, with trust in the unfolding of the path. May you too rest tonight in that trust, letting go into the vastness of sleep as gently as a leaf falls into autumn air. And as our journey continues, let us turn to another story, one that shows how even the harshest insult can become a mirror, revealing whether we cling or whether we are free. This is the tale of the insult and the mirror. One afternoon, Master Ryokan walked through the village market, his robe patched in many places, his sandals worn thin. He carried a small bowl, hoping for alms, and greeted each person with a bow of quiet kindness. Some villagers adored him, for his presence brought calm wherever he went. Others, however, saw only a beggar in ragged clothes. On this day, as he passed by a shop, a man stepped forward and spat harsh words at him. "You call yourself a monk. You're nothing but a fraud, living off the labor of others. A parasite, taking food without working for it." His voice was sharp, his face red with anger. The crowd turned, waiting for the Master's reply. Some expected him to defend himself, others to rebuke the man, others perhaps to retreat in shame. But Ryokan only bowed gently and said, "Thank you for your teaching." Then he walked on, his face serene, his steps as soft as before. Later, our disciple asked, puzzled, "Master, how could you accept such an insult without anger? How could you thank the man who tried to humiliate you?" Ryokan smiled. "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does it belong? His words were a gift I did not take. They remain with him. Why should I burden myself with what was never mine?" Pause here and breathe. Consider this teaching in your own life. How often do you accept the gift of insult, carrying it in your heart, replaying it in your mind, letting it poison your peace? And yet, if you choose not to accept it, it remains with the giver, leaving you unburdened. The Buddha once said, "They insult you, they strike you, they slander you. If you harbor hatred, you suffer. If you let it go, you remain at peace." The world will always offer us both flowers and stones. Whether we carry them is our choice. Think of an insult you have received in the past, perhaps from a stranger, perhaps from someone close. Notice how your body remembers it, the heat in your chest, the tightening of your jaw. Now, imagine bowing gently, as Ryokan did, and saying, "I do not accept this gift." Feel the insult fall away, returning to the one who offered it. Feel the space that opens in your heart when you release it. Zen calls this practice mirror mind. A mirror reflects whatever appears before it: a flower, a face, a flame. Yet it does not cling to any image. When the object leaves, the mirror remains clear. In the same way, awareness can reflect anger, insult, praise, or blame, without clinging to any of it. The images come and go, The mirror remains. Imagine yourself as a mirror tonight. Thoughts, worries, memories arise. Reflect them. Acknowledge them. But do not cling. Let them pass as clouds across the sky, as reflections in water. The mirror is untouched. And so are you. There is a parable of a man carrying a bag of stones. Each insult he accepted, each grudge he held, became another stone. The bag grew heavier, his steps slower, his back bent. Another traveler carried no stones. He walked lightly, freely, smiling at the same world. The difference was not in the stones offered, but in the choice to carry them. Which traveler are you tonight? Can you set down the stones? The Tao Te Ching says, respond to anger with virtue. Deal with difficulties while they are still easy. Virtue here means not lofty morality, but simple, non-clinging. To refuse the gift of anger is to dissolve its power while it is still small. Ryokan's bow was not weakness, it was strength. He showed the village that true dignity lies not in defending reputation, but in being unshakable within. The man who insulted him revealed his own suffering, his own burden. Ryokan carried none of it. His peace was his teaching. Take another breath. With each inhale, imagine your heart becoming as spacious as the sky. With each exhale, release one insult, one grudge, one stone you have carried. Feel how your body softens, how your spirit lightens. This is the gift of mirror mind. The disciple who asked Ryokan later realized that this was one of his greatest lessons. It is easy to be calm when praised, but to remain calm when insulted. This is the deeper practice. The Buddha said, like a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, so the wise are not moved by praise or blame. Tonight, let yourself be that rock, steady and unmoved, resting in the vastness of awareness. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine yourself bowing gently to every insult, every harsh word, every memory that once wounded you. Whisper, I do not accept this gift, and let it pass. Now, let us continue our journey with another tale, one of a monk who lost everything, yet discovered the freedom of owning nothing. This is the story of Ryokan and the thief. One autumn night, Master Ryokan returned to his small hut on the hillside. The path was silent, except for the crunch of leaves beneath his sandals, and the stars glittered like scattered jewels across the sky. He lived simply a single bowl, a robe patched many times, a mat for sleeping. His possessions were few, yet his heart was wide, spacious as the sky itself. As he approached the hut, he noticed the door ajar, swinging in the breeze. Inside, shadows moved. A thief was rifling through his belongings, searching desperately for something of value. Ryokan stood quietly, watching for a moment. He felt no anger, no fear, only compassion. For what suffering must drive a man to steal from one who has so little? Stepping softly inside, Ryokan bowed. You have come from far. No doubt, he said gently. You should not leave empty-handed. The thief turned, startled. In his hands, he held Ryokan's bowl cracked, plain, hardly worth a coin. Ashamed, he dropped it back on the mat. expecting rebuke. But Ryokan only walked to the corner, removed his patched robe, and held it out. "Here, take this," he said. "It is all I have. May it keep you warm on the cold nights." The thief, speechless, grabbed the robe and fled into the darkness. Ryokan stepped outside, the chill of autumn brushing against his thin shirt. Looking up at the night sky, he sighed softly. "Poor fellow. I wish I could give him this beautiful moon." Pause here and breathe. Consider the vastness of Ryokan's heart. While others might rage at being robbed, he saw the thief not as enemy, but as a suffering being. Cold and desperate, he did not cling to his possessions, for he knew they were never truly his. Even his robe, he could release. Only the moon, the infinite, ungraspable beauty of the world, he could not hand over, though he wished to. The Buddha once said, "Let go of what is not yours. Why cling to it? What is not yours brings sorrow." To Ryokan, nothing was truly his. His robe, his bowl, even his hut were borrowed from the earth, to be returned in time. By owning nothing, he was free. Think of your own life. How tightly do you cling to possessions, titles, or identities? How much of your suffering comes from fearing their loss? Imagine now loosening your grip, opening your hands. Notice how light you feel when you no longer clutch so fiercely. Ryokan's gift was not the robe alone, but his attitude. He did not see himself as diminished by giving. In his heart, there was no lack, only abundance. Even when left with nothing, he still had the moon. The Tao Te Ching says, "When you realize nothing is lacking, the whole world belongs to you." This was Ryokan's truth. His wealth was not in objects, but in awareness, in compassion, in the beauty of each moment. There is a story told of a king who asked a monk, "What is the greatest treasure?" The monk pointed to the sky, the open sky, vast and unpossessed. The king frowned, for he could not own the sky. But the monk smiled, for he lived within it every day, free. So it is with us. The deepest treasures the sky, the breath, the present moment. Love cannot be owned. They can only be experienced, shared, lived. Take another breath. With each inhale, imagine filling yourself with the vastness of the sky. With each exhale, release attachment to what you cling to. Rest in the abundance of emptiness, where nothing is yours and everything is a gift. Ryokan's story reminds us that even when the world takes from us, we are never truly impoverished. The thief could not steal the moon. No one can steal your awareness, your compassion, your ability to love. These are treasures beyond loss. Tonight, as you lie down, imagine offering your robe, your worries, your possessions, your identities to the night. Let them go, and look up at the vast moon within your own heart. Rest in its light, unburdened. When villagers later asked Ryokan about the robbery, he only laughed softly and said, "If he had stayed longer, I would have given him more." They shook their heads, not understanding, but those who looked closely at his smile saw a man who had nothing, yet owned everything. The Buddha said, "The gift of truth excels all gifts, Ryokan's truth was simple. Freedom comes not from owning, but from letting go. May you too rest tonight in that freedom. May you see that even if everything were taken, the moon still shines, the sky still opens, the breath still flows. Nothing essential can be stolen. And now, let us continue with another story, one that reveals how the mind itself, restless and wild, can be stilled not by force, but by gentle awareness. This is the teaching of the monkey mind. In the forests of India, where the Buddha once walked, there lived a king who sought wisdom. Though he ruled over thousands, his own mind refused to obey him. "I can command armies," he confessed to a monk. "Yet I cannot command my own thoughts. They leap about like monkeys in a tree, chattering, restless, never still. How can I find peace when my mind is so wild?" The monk smiled gently. "You have named your mind well, great king. It is a monkey mind, swinging from branch to branch, thought to thought. But monkeys, though mischievous, can be calmed, not through force, not through chains, but through patience, kindness, and training." He invited the king to sit beneath a tree. "Close your eyes," he said. "Notice your breath. Each inhale is a branch. Each exhale is a branch. Instead of chasing every monkey, return to the branch of the breath. Rest there." The king tried. At once, his mind raced plans for tomorrow, regrets from yesterday, judgments about the practice itself. Frustrated, he opened his eyes. "It is impossible. My monkeys will never be tamed." The monk chuckled softly. "Did you expect them to quiet after one breath? Have compassion for them. Each time they leap, notice and return gently. With practice, the monkeys grow calmer. They may never vanish, but you will learn not to be dragged through the trees by their wild swings." Pause here and breathe. Notice the monkeys in your own mind. Thoughts of the day, plans for tomorrow, memories, worries leaping restlessly. Do not fight them. Do not chase them. Simply notice and return to the breath, the steady branch that always awaits you. The Buddha said, "Just as rain breaks through an ill-thatched house, so passion breaks through an untrained mind. Just as rain does not break through a well-thatched house, so passion cannot break through a well-trained mind." Training is not suppression, but learning to rest the mind gently, steadily. Imagine a pond stirred by wind. The surface ripples wildly, reflecting nothing clearly. But if you wait, if you do not stir it further, the water grows calm, and the moon appears on its surface. Your mind is the pond. The monkeys are the wind. With patience, stillness arises, and truth reflects itself. Consider how often in daily life the monkey mind rules you. At work, your thoughts leap to worries. At home, they leap to regrets. In conversation, they leap ahead to what you will say next. This constant leaping keeps you from presence, from peace. Take another breath. With each inhale, gather the monkeys. With each exhale, guide them gently to rest. Feel the space that opens when you stop chasing every thought. There is a story of a monk who sat in meditation while a fly buzzed around his head. He swatted at it, irritated, his mind disturbed. His master said, "Do not fight the fly. Let it land. Let it buzz. Let it be. Your practice is not to stop the fly, but to stop reacting. The fly is the monkey mind. Peace comes not by silencing it, but by not following it." Zen calls this practice just sitting, not striving for visions, not forcing thoughts away, but sitting as mountains sit, as rivers flow. The monkeys may chatter in the branches, but you remain rooted, steady, unmoved. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, you may notice your own monkeys leaping, thoughts of unfinished tasks, memories replayed, worries weaving stories. Do not whip them into silence. Do not despair at their noise. Instead, return to your breath. Inhale, the branch. Exhale, the branch. Rest here. The monkeys may leap, but you need not leap with them. The Buddha once said, "As a bee gathers nectar and moves on without harming the flower, so should the sage walk through the world." In the same way, let your awareness move through thoughts gently, gathering what is needed, leaving the rest untouched. With practice, the monkey mind grows quieter. It will never be perfectly still, and it need not be. The goal is not silence, but freedom. Freedom to rest. Freedom to see clearly. Freedom not to be dragged by every restless swing. Imagine now that your mind is a forest at dusk. The monkeys chatter at first, restless, unsettled, but slowly, as the sky darkens and stars appear, even the monkeys grow quiet, curling into sleep. So too will your thoughts. If you let them, trust the natural rhythm, trust the coming stillness. The king who once despaired eventually learned to sit each day, patiently returning to his breath. Over time, the monkeys no longer ruled him. They still leapt, but he smiled at them, unmoved. His kingdom remained the same, but within, he discovered peace greater than any throne could offer. So tonight, let your monkeys chatter as they will, but return again and again to the breath. Inhale, exhale, the steady branch. Rest in this simplicity, and allow yourself to be carried into the gentle silence of sleep. And as our journey continues, let us step into another tale, one where silence itself becomes the teacher, showing a young monk that the deepest truths are not spoken, but lived. This is the story of the silent master. In a monastery nestled among misty hills, there lived a master named Kisho, whose reputation for wisdom spread far beyond the valley. Many came to him with questions: students, merchants, farmers, even nobles. They hoped for eloquent teachings, profound explanations, and stirring sermons. But when they arrived, they often found something unexpected: silence. One day, a young monk named Haru, eager and restless, came before the master. He bowed deeply and asked, "Master, what is enlightenment? What is the essence of the Dharma?" His eyes burned with expectation, waiting for some brilliant reply. Kisho looked at him calmly, his gaze like still water. He said nothing. Haru's heart sank. He pressed again, louder this time. Please, Master, I have traveled far. I must know what is the truth. Again, silence. At last, Haru burst out in frustration. Do you not know, or will you not tell me? The master only smiled gently, then turned his gaze toward the garden outside. A breeze stirred the bamboo, making them bow and sway. Birds called from the branches. The sound of a bell drifted faintly through the air. The silence was not empty, it was alive. Haru followed his master's gaze. Slowly, something shifted. He realized the silence was itself the answer. Words could only point, but silence revealed directly. In that moment, his question dissolved, like clouds vanishing into sky. He bowed again, this time in gratitude. Pause here and breathe. Notice how your mind longs for answers, explanations, clarity wrapped neatly in words. But notice also how, when silence arrives, there is a deeper kind of knowing. Silence does not explain, it reveals. The Buddha once held up a flower before his assembly and said nothing. All were confused, except for one disciple, Mahakasyapa, who smiled. The Buddha declared, I have the true Dharma. And he entrustito Mahakasyapa. That smile, born of direct seeing, was the flower sermon, a teaching beyond words. Consider your own life. How often do you seek answers through endless thinking, repeating questions like mantras of worry? What should I do? Why did this happen? What comes next? And yet, has there not been a moment when silence gave you more than thought ever could? Perhaps while watching a sunset, or hearing the hush of snowfall, or sitting beside someone you love without speaking. In silence, truth appears more directly than words allow. Take another breath. As you exhale, notice the quiet between sounds, the space between words. That space is alive, full, whole. Rest there for a moment. Zen says, those who know do not speak, those who speak do not know. This does not mean teachers should never talk, but that truth itself is beyond speech. Words are fingers pointing at the moon. Silence is the moonlight itself. Haru stayed with Master Kisho for many years. Slowly, he learned that the greatest teachings were not the ones spoken in the hall, but the ones lived in the silence of daily life. Sweeping the courtyard, he heard silence in the rhythm of the broom. Carrying water, he felt silence in the cool weight of the buckets. Eating rice, he tasted silence in each grain. Silence was not the absence of sound, but the presence of awareness. Imagine now that you are sitting in a quiet room. Thoughts rise like small birds, chirping, fluttering, restless. Do not chase them. Do not silence them. Simply notice the vast silence in which they come and go. That silence is your true nature, vast, open, unshaken. The Buddha said, better than 1,000 meaningless words is one word that brings peace, and better still is silence that needs no word at all. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, let silence be your teacher. Do not fill your mind with endless plans or regrets. Let the hush of the night, the rhythm of your breath, the stillness of the dark guide you. Inhale, enters silence. Each exhale returns to silence. In this, you may find the deepest peace. Haru once told another disciple, "The day I understood silence, I stopped asking so many questions. The answers were already here." May you too discover that truth tonight, not in thought, but in rest. And so, our journey flows into another story, one where even the noise of conflict can be dissolved when met with the simplicity of presence. This is the tale of two monks arguing over a flag in the wind, and the master who revealed what was truly moving. In the courtyard of a monastery, a tall flagpole stood proudly, its banner rippling in the wind. One afternoon, two young monks sat nearby, watching as the flag swayed and snapped against the sky. "The flag is moving," said one, his eyes fixed on the cloth. "No," argued the other. "It is the wind that moves. The flag only follows." They debated fiercely, voices rising, their faces growing red. Each clung to his view, certain of being right. A master named Eshin happened to pass by. Hearing their argument, he paused, his gaze shifting from the monks to the flag. The younger men bowed quickly, then pleaded, "Master, please settle this for us. Tell us, is it the flag that moves, or the wind?" Eshin smiled faintly. He pointed neither to the flag nor to the air. Instead, he said, "Neither the flag nor the wind moves. It is your mind that moves." At once, the courtyard fell silent. The monks felt their arguments dissolve, like snow melting in spring sunlight. The master's words struck deeper than logic. They revealed that the true movement was not in the world outside, but in the restless mind within. Pause here and breathe. How often do we argue endlessly about appearances, chasing what is right and wrong, when the real turbulence lies in our own minds? The flag flaps, the wind blows, but the agitation we feel arises from our insistence on naming, on proving, on clinging to views. The Buddha taught, "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." The world reflects our state of mind. If the mind is calm, even storms appear gentle. If the mind is restless, even stillness seems to churn. Consider your own life. How many times have you clung to being right, even in small matters, insisting that it was this way, not that? How much suffering came not from the situation itself, but from the need to prove your view correct. The moving flag is every disagreement, every conflict, every restless argument we carry. Take another breath. Imagine the flag, the wind, the monks, the argument. Then imagine the stillness of awareness behind it all, vast and unmoving. In that stillness, both views dissolve. Truth is not in flag or wind, but in the silence that holds them. Zen calls this direct pointing, not toward the object of thought, but toward the awareness that perceives it. The master was not interested in winning the debate. He wanted to show the monks that their true liberation was in seeing the mind that argues, not the flag that waves. There is a story told of a man looking into a pond. He saw ripples and believed the water itself was moving, but the wise pointed out the ripples are only appearances. The water's essence remains unchanged. In the same way, thoughts, ripple. Perceptions shift, but awareness itself does not move. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, you may notice your own flags and winds, thoughts flapping, emotions gusting, arguments replaying. Do not chase them. Do not try to still them by force. Instead, notice the awareness in which they arise. That awareness is like the deep pond beneath the ripples, like the sky behind the flag, like the stillness in which movement appears. The Buddha once said, "Just as a candle cannot burn without fire, men cannot live without a spiritual life." To live spiritually is not to avoid movement, but to see it clearly, without clinging. The two young monks, after hearing their master, bowed deeply. Their argument ended not because one had won, but because both had seen beyond it. From that day on, when the flag rippled, they smiled quietly, reminded that the true practice was not in debating appearances, but in steadying the mind. Imagine yourself tomorrow, when a disagreement arises, perhaps with a friend, a colleague, or even within your own thoughts. Can you pause and ask, is it the flag? Is it the wind? Or is it my mind that moves? In that pause lies the chance to step out of argument and into peace. Take another slow breath. With each inhale, feel the flag moving. With each exhale, feel the wind moving. Then notice the awareness that perceives both silent, vast, unshaken. Rest there. That is the unmoving truth. The Tao Te Ching says, "The sage does not argue. Therefore, no one can argue with him." This does not mean avoiding discussion, but seeing beyond the restless need to be right. When the mind rests, the flag and wind are simply what they are, no more, no less. Tonight, may you rest in that same stillness. Let thoughts flap like flags. Let emotions blow like wind. Do not resist. Do not cling. Notice instead the silent awareness beneath it all. There, peace abides. And now, as our journey flows onward, let us move to another story. One of a master who faced a roaring river and showed his disciples that the way to cross life's torrents is not with struggle, but with trust. This is the tale of the river crossing. A group of monks once came to their master with a challenge that troubled them. They had been traveling together on pilgrimage, carrying little more than their robes, bowls, and faith. Their path had been clear until they reached a wide river swollen with rain. The waters rushed fiercely, white foam curling like teeth. To cross meant risking their lives. To remain meant abandoning their journey. The younger monks grew anxious. "Master," they pleaded, "how can we continue? The torrent is too strong. Should we wait until it calms? Should we turn back?" Their voices trembled with fear. The master stood silently at the river's edge, his gaze resting not on the violent water, but on the open sky above it. After a long pause, he stepped into the current. The monks gasped, expecting him to be swept away. But he walked steadily, each step firm, his body relaxed, his face serene. Though the water surged around his knees and then his waist, he did not resist it. He flowed with it, shifting when it pressed, yielding when it surged, steadying when it softened. One by one, the monks followed. Some stumbled, some panicked, but each time the master called back, "Do not fight the water. Trust it. Move with it, not against it. Place each foot with awareness, and the river itself will carry you." At last, they reached the far shore. Drenched but unharmed, they fell to the ground, breathing heavily, while the master simply stood, watching the current as it raced on. "Master," one monk said, trembling, "how did you cross so calmly? I thought surely the river would drag you under." The old man smiled gently. "If you fight the river, it will. But if you trust it, if you yield where it pushes, if you place each step with awareness, you will find its strength supports you. The river is not your enemy. It is the path itself." Pause here and breathe. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of your own river, perhaps a challenge, a loss, a fear. Notice the current, fast and frightening. Your first impulse may be to fight, to resist, to hold yourself stiff against the flow. But what if, instead, you softened? What if you trusted, moved with it, and placed each step in awareness? The Buddha once said, "Just as a solid rock is not shaken by the storm, so the wise are not moved by praise or blame." And also, everything flows, everything changes. To live wisely is to be both rock and water, steady in awareness, yielding in form. Think of times when you resisted life's current, refusing to let go of control. Did the struggle not exhaust you? And think of times when you surrendered, trusting the flow. Did you not find unexpected strength, even grace? Take another slow breath. With each inhale, imagine stepping into the river of life. With each exhale, feel yourself yielding where the current presses, steadying where it eases. Trust that the river knows its way to the sea. You do not need to control it. You only need to walk with awareness. The monks later reflected that the crossing was not about water at all. It was about life. Every challenge, every change, every loss is a river. To fight it is to drown. To trust it is to discover that you, too, can flow. Zen has a saying, "Let go or be dragged." The current of impermanence moves whether we resist or not. To let go is not to give up, but to harmonize with what already is. In that harmony lies peace. Imagine yourself tonight as a traveler at the river's edge. Whatever torrents you face, grief, worry, uncertainty, you need not master them. You need only step gently, breathe deeply, and trust the flow. Feel how your body softens when you stop resisting. Feel how peace arises when you trust the river. The Tao Te Ching says, "The highest good is like water. Water gives life to all things and does not strive. Water flows into low places, humble and unresisting. Yet nothing is stronger. In time, it wears down, stone itself. So may your practice be yielding, yet unstoppably." When the monks reached the far shore, one turned to the master and asked, "What if the river had been deeper? What if the current had been stronger?" The master smiled. "Then we would still trust. For whether shallow or deep, fast or slow, the river always flows toward the sea. So does life. Our task is not to fight it, but to walk it with awareness. Take one last breath here. As you exhale, imagine stepping fully into the river of this night, letting go of control, letting go of fear, allowing yourself to be carried into the ocean of rest. The monks never forgot that crossing. Years later, when facing hardships in their lives, they recalled the master's calm in the river, and each remembered, the river is not an obstacle. The river is the way. And now, let us journey onward to another tale, one where a master meets death with a brush in hand, leaving behind not fear but poetry. This is the story of the death poem. In Japan, there arose a tradition among Zen masters when death approached. They composed a final poem. These death poems were not cries of despair, but songs of clarity, reflections of a lifetime lived in awareness. The brush became their final companion, the ink, their last breath, the words, a mirror of their understanding. One such master, Seikyo, felt the nearness of his end as he lay upon his mat. His disciples gathered in silence, their eyes brimming with sorrow. They feared the moment of parting, yet they longed also to witness the wisdom that would flow from his final words. Seikyo asked for ink and paper. His hand trembled with age, yet his brush still moved with grace. He wrote slowly, each stroke steady, as though time itself bowed before him. The disciples leaned forward, hearts aching. When he finished, he smiled faintly and whispered, "Read." The eldest disciple held the paper aloft. It read, "Empty-handed, I entered the world. Barefoot, I leave it. My coming, my going, two simple happenings that merge into one." When the words were spoken aloud, silence filled the room. The disciples bowed low, tears falling freely. Their master closed his eyes, exhaled softly, and departed with peace. Pause here and breathe. Imagine yourself writing your own death poem, not in ink, but in awareness. What would you say? If your whole life were distilled into a few lines, what truth would you leave behind? Notice how the thought is not morbid, but liberating, for it reminds us of what matters and what does not. The Buddha taught, of all footprints, that of the elephant is supreme. Of all contemplations, that on impermanence is supreme. To reflect on death is not to despair, but to awaken. When we remember that life is fleeting, we treasure each moment more deeply. The death poems of Zen were not rehearsed speeches, but spontaneous expressions of presence. Some were profound, others playful, some even humorous. One master wrote, "Death is coming. What a relief. After all these years, finally no more sermons." Another wrote, "I was born in spring. In spring. What's the fuss?" Each poem revealed that awakening is not about denying death, but about meeting it with the same presence we bring to every moment. Take another slow breath. Imagine yourself at the end of your days, surrounded by loved ones or perhaps alone beneath the stars. What would you want your final act to be? Could you smile, breathe, and let go without fear? This is the practice not to wait until the end, but to live each day as if it were a line in your death poem. Zen Master Ikkyu once wrote, "From the world of darkness, I lift my voice to the world of light. As it fades, the echo, does it return to darkness or light?" Such poems do not give answers. They invite us into the mystery. And in the mystery, peace is found. Consider how often we live as though life were endless, putting off gratitude, delaying joy, waiting to love fully someday. The death poem reminds us someday is today. Each moment is already the perfect time to live fully, love deeply, rest completely. As you lie down tonight, let your breath be your poem. Each inhale a line, each exhale a verse. No need for ink, no need for brush. Your body itself is the writing, your presence the message. The disciples who read Seikyo's poem were comforted, for they saw that their master did not fear. He had lived in awareness, and so he could die in awareness. His poem was not just words on paper, but a mirror of his being. The Buddha once said, "All conditioned things are impermanent. Strive on with diligence." The death poem is the echo of this teaching, a reminder that life and death are not separate, but two verses of the same song. Take another breath. Feel your body sinking into rest. Imagine writing your own silent poem with the way you live tonight, in calm, in compassion, in peace. The Zen tradition teaches that the true death poem is not written on paper, but lived in each moment, to eat with awareness, to speak with kindness, to rest with ease. This is poetry. And so, as you drift towards sleep, let yourself compose silently a poem of release, a poem of presence, a poem written in breath and stillness. Each moment is enough. Each breath is complete. And now, let us continue with another tale, one where a master reveals that the greatest gift we can offer is not wealth or words, but our simpler presence. This is the story of the priceless gift. In a bustling town lived a merchant who prided himself on generosity. Whenever festivals arrived, he gave coins to the poor, food to the hungry, and gifts to the temple. People praised him, calling him kind and noble. Yet in his heart, he carried a secret unease, for though he gave freely, he always wondered, is this enough? Am I truly generous? Or do I give only to be praised? Hearing of a Zen master who taught nearby, the merchant decided to seek his wisdom. He brought with him a heavy chest filled with gold coins, carried on the backs of his servants. Bowing low, he said, "Master, I wish to make the greatest offering. This chest holds much wealth. With it you may feed many mouths, repair the temple, print sacred texts. Please accept it as proof of my devotion." The master looked at the chest, then at the merchant's eager face. He smiled gently and said, "We have no need for this gold. Keep it." The merchant was shocked. "But master, what greater gift could there be? Surely nothing else compares to this." The master shook his head. "There is a gift more precious than gold, more nourishing than food, more lasting than monuments. It is the gift of your true presence." The merchant frowned, confused. Presence, I do not understand." The master gestured to the floor beside him. "Sit with me. Give me your full attention. Be here completely. With no thought of gain, no thought of loss. Offer me the treasure of your undivided presence. That is the priceless gift." Hesitant, the merchant sat. For the first time in years, he set aside his calculations, his plans, his endless striving. He closed his eyes, followed his breath, and simply was. Time slipped away. His heart softened. A quiet peace filled him, deeper than any satisfaction he had felt from giving coins. When he opened his eyes, the master was smiling. "Do you see, gold may feed the body, but presence nourishes the soul. Anyone can give possessions. Few give themselves." Pause here and breathe. Consider this in your own life. How often do you give things gifts? Money, advice, while your mind is elsewhere? How often do you sit with loved ones but remain distracted, glancing at your phone, lost in your own thoughts? The greatest gift is not what you give, but how you give. When you offer presence, full attention, open heart, quiet listening, you offer something beyond measure. The Buddha once said, "If you light a lamp for someone, it will also brighten your path." Presence is that lamp. When you are fully with another, you bring light not only to them, but also to yourself. Think of a time when someone gave you their full attention, truly listened, without judgment, without distraction. How did it feel? Perhaps you felt seen, valued, at peace. Now think of a time when you spoke to someone who only half listened. Did you not feel unseen, unimportant, alone? Presence makes the difference. Take another slow breath. As you inhale, imagine gathering your scattered attention. As you exhale, imagine offering it fully, like a gift placed gently in another's hands. Notice the peace that arises when you are simply here, without distraction. The merchant returned home, transformed. He still gave food to the hungry and coins to the poor, but he no longer worried whether it was enough, for he understood now that the way he gave mattered more than the amount. When he fed someone, he looked into their eyes. When he gave coins, he bowed with respect. When he sat with a friend, he listened without rushing. And people said that his gifts, though no larger than before, felt infinitely richer. The Tao Te Ching says, "The sage gives without expecting. He acts without depending. He accomplishes without taking credit." Such giving is rooted not in possession, but in presence. Tonight, as you rest, consider what gift you may offer tomorrow. Not money, not objects, but presence. To listen without distraction, to sit quietly with someone who suffers, to meet the world with full awareness. This gift costs nothing, yet it is the most priceless of all. And as you prepare for sleep, give this gift to yourself. Be present with your own body, your own breath, your own rest. Do not abandon yourself to distraction. Stay here, softly, kindly, with yourself. Presence with self is the root of presence with others. The merchant once asked the master, "If presence is the greatest gift, how do I keep giving it?" The master replied, by remembering that every moment is an opportunity. Presence is not something you save for special occasions. It is the way you walk, the way you eat, the way you breathe. To live present is to live as a gift. Take another breath. Inhale, the gift of life enters. Exhale, you give yourself back to the universe. Each breath is both received and given. A continuous exchange. A priceless offering. So tonight, rest in the gift of presence. No need for gold. No need for proof. Simply be here. With this breath. With this body. With this moment. That is enough. And now, let us continue our journey into another tale, one where a student, desperate for certainty, learns that wisdom often comes not from clinging to answers, but from embracing the great mystery itself. This is the story of the question with no answer. A young monk named Daiji once came to his master, restless with questions. His brow was furrowed, his eyes weary from sleepless nights of pondering. He bowed deeply and said, "Master, I have studied the sutras, practiced meditation, and listened to many teachings. Yet one question will not leave me. What is the meaning of life?" The master looked at him quietly. "And what answer do you seek?" Daiji replied, "I want certainty. I want to know why we are here, what purpose we serve, where we go when we die. Without this answer, my heart cannot rest." The master nodded slowly, then motioned for Daiji to follow him into the garden. They walked together until they reached a large cherry tree. Blossoms swayed in the breeze, petals drifting gently to the ground like pale snow. The master pointed. "Do you see the blossoms falling?" "Yes," Daiji said. "They are beautiful, and yet fleeting." The master smiled. "That is the answer." Daiji frowned, unsatisfied. "But master, you have not told me anything. I want words, not petals. I want reasons, not silence." The master bent down and picked up a fallen blossom. He placed it in Daiji's hand. The flower does not explain itself. It does not say why it blooms or why it falls. It simply is. To demand an answer from life is like demanding a flower explain its fragrance. The meaning of life is in the living itself, not in a reason behind it. Pause here and breathe. Feel the truth of this moment. How often do we, like Daiji, torment ourselves with questions that have no final answer? Why am I here? What is my purpose? What will happen after death? We seek certainty as if it were a possession, forgetting that life is not a problem to solve, but a mystery to live. The Buddha once held silence when asked about metaphysical questions about the eternity of the universe, the nature of the soul, the afterlife. He said such questions were like a man struck with a poisoned arrow who refused treatment until he knew who made the arrow. Of what wood? With what feathers? The man would die before receiving his answer. The point is not to solve the mystery of the arrow. The point is to remove it, to live, to awaken. Consider your own life. How often do you delay peace, saying, "I cannot rest until I know for sure"? Yet certainty is a mirage. The more we chase it, the further it recedes. Peace comes not from answers, but from presence. Take another breath. With each inhale, Let go of the need to solve. With each exhale, rest in the mystery itself. Notice the relief of not needing to know. Daiji stared at the blossom in his hand. At first, he saw only confusion, but slowly, he noticed its delicate veins, its softness, its fragrance. For the first time, he stopped demanding an explanation and simply experienced the blossom as it was. In that moment, the restless fire in his chest eased. He felt no grand answer, yet he felt peace. The master said, "The great question is not meant to be answered. It is meant to dissolve, leaving only this, the miracle of the present moment." Zen koans often work this way. They frustrate the mind, shattering logic, until we give up grasping and fall into direct experience. What is the sound of one hand clapping what was your original face before your parents were born? These are not puzzles to be solved, but doors to be entered, leading us into silence. Imagine now holding your own question, perhaps. Am I enough? What is my purpose? What will happen in the future? Hold it gently, like a blossom in your hand. Do not demand it bloom with answers. Simply see it, feel it, breathe with it, and allow it to rest. Notice how peace arises not when you solve, but when you release. The Tao Te Ching says, "Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. To live in the mystery is not weakness, but wisdom. It frees us from the prison of needing certainty, opening us instead to wonder." Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, let your questions rest beside you like blossoms on the ground. You need not pluck answers from them. Let them fall. Let them drift. Let them be. Trust that meaning is not something to seize, but something revealed in the living of each breath. Daiji, in time, became a teacher himself. When his own students asked about the meaning of life, he did not give them words. He would take them into the garden, place a blossom in their hands, and smile. And many, holding that silent answer, found peace. The Buddha said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." Tonight, let that peace arise not from answers, but from the quiet acceptance of the great mystery. And now, as our journey nears its close, let us enter one final story, one that gathers all the teachings into a single image of rest. This is the story of the lantern in the night, guiding us home. Night had fallen across the mountains, and the monastery lay quiet, its courtyards wrapped in silver moonlight. The monks finished their chanting and retreated to their rooms, the halls slowly emptying until silence reigned. Yet one lantern remained lit, its glow warm against the cool night air. It hung from the eaves of the meditation hall, swaying gently in the breeze. A young novice, lingering outside, asked his teacher, "Master, why do we keep the lantern burning, even when no one is here to see it?" The master placed a hand on the novice's shoulder. "Because, even in darkness, light remains. It guides not only the eyes, but the heart. When travelers pass in the night, they see it and know they are not alone. When we ourselves feel lost, the lantern reminds us of the path home." The novice looked at the flame, dancing quietly in its glass. "But Master, someday, the oil will run out. The flame will die. The master smiled. Yes, and yet, in that dying, it teaches us. Light shines because it is temporary. Its beauty is in its impermanence. What matters is not how long it burns, but that it burns fully while it can. Pause here and breathe. Imagine the lantern in your own heart, glowing gently even as night deepens around you. This lantern is your awareness, your compassion, your presence. Like all things, it will not burn forever, but tonight it shines, and that is enough. The Buddha once said, "Be a lamp unto yourself." The lantern is this lamp not borrowed, not dependent, but your own inner light. It may flicker, but it is always there, waiting to guide you home. Think of the journey we have taken together, the monk who set down his burden, the governor who removed his mask, the nun who discovered no water, no moon, the farmer who met life's fortune and misfortune with, perhaps, the master who faced death with peace. Each story is a lantern, illuminating the way. And now, you carry these lights within you. Take another breath. With each inhale, imagine the lantern glowing brighter. With each exhale, feel its warmth spreading through your chest, softening your heart, easing your body into rest. Zen master Dogen once wrote, "Enlightenment is intimacy with all things." The lantern does not separate light from dark, self from world. It simply shines, embracing everything. Tonight, let your lantern embrace your breath, your body, your thoughts, your dreams. All are welcomed in its glow. The novice asked, "Master, what happens when the lantern finally goes out?" The master pointed to the night sky, where stars glittered in uncountable numbers. When one flame dies, countless others remain, and when even the stars fade, still the vast sky endures. Do not cling to one flame. Trust the endlessness of light itself. So it is with life. Our individual flames rise and fall, but the light of awareness, of compassion, of truth is boundless. We are never truly without it. As you rest tonight, trust your own lantern. Trust that even when dreams scatter, even when sleep takes you into darkness, the light within remains, guiding you gently. You do not need to hold it tightly. Simply allow it to glow, soft and steady. The journey of these hours has carried you through teachings of letting go, of presence, of compassion, of equanimity, of silence, of mystery. Each story has been another step along the riverbank, another petal on the path, another lantern lit. Now, as we reach the end, you may see that the teachings were never distant. They were always pointing back to you, to your breath, your awareness, your own inner light. Take one final slow breath. Inhale, the lantern glows bright. Exhale, it steadies. Serene. Feel yourself resting now. Body soft. Mind quiet. Heart open. The master and the novice stood in silence, watching the lantern sway gently in the night air. At last, the novice bowed and whispered, "I understand. The lantern is not only for the world outside, but for the one within." The master nodded. "Yes, carry it always. And when it is time to let it go, do so with peace, knowing the sky itself will welcome you. And so, beneath the moonlit sky, the lantern burned, steady and calm, a beacon in the night, just as your own awareness now shines, guiding you gently into the soft river of sleep. May you rest in peace. May you dream in light. May you awaken renewed.